to the call, including all the council members, the team, and the public. Appreciate everybody joining us today. And so before we get onto the agenda, I do want to make just a housekeeping note that we make during every call is that make sure that if a couple of housekeeping notes is that when you're not speaking, it would be great if everybody could mute their lines so that there's not a lot of feedback, and it will make the meeting very smooth for our ITS. Also, I want to remind everybody that it is obviously a conference call, so everybody we'll go slow. We'll make sure everybody gets called on. And the other note is that when I do say, raise your hand, it's not your hand, your physical hand, it's your hand in the app, the teleconference app. And then you can either raise your hand to get try to get our attention or verbally. So we'll go slow, make sure we get to everyone. And I appreciate everybody being on the call. So our second order of business is item B, which is to establish that under the COVID-19 rules by the governor requiring telephonic meeting is permitted under Executive Order number 16. And I believe our attorney on the line, Mr. Poole, Quan, are you on the line to give us the lowdown on the explanation on the COVID-19 teleconference?
Yes, Quan Poole from the Metro Legal Department, Chairman. Thank you for calling on me. As you know, as most of the world knows, unfortunately, we are in the middle of a global pandemic, which has caused us a lot of different boards and commissions to seek alternative means of meeting. Tennessee law and local law requires that all these boards ordinarily meet in person. However, due to the risk of life, we are or some boards are opting not to do that. So if this board feels that the business that it wants to conduct is essential, but at the same time it wants to further prevent the spread of this deadly disease, then it can make a motion that in light of the COVID-19 virus, that this board meet electronically or telephonically. It requires a second and a vote. And if that passes, then the board can proceed to meeting electronically or telephonically.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. And I'm jumping the gun here. I actually forgot to do roll call. Not forgot. I'm just jumping the gun. We need to do roll call for commissioners, and then we'll get back to that particular item, Quan. Thank you for that explanation. So let's go ahead and do the roll call. And we're going to go down the list. And if you'll unmute and tell us that you're here when I call your name. Commissioner Blackshear.
Here.
Vice Chair Farr.
Here.
Commissioner Gobble.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Present.
Council Lady Murphy.
Here.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Here.
Commissioner Haynes.
Here.
Excellent. We have, Commissioner Adkins is here as well. We have 8 members present. Thank you, commissioners, for being here. Quan has, so we can conduct our meeting. We have a quorum. So under item B, Quan, Mr. Poole, our attorney, has told us the legalities of this. So we will need a motion to have the meeting electronically, as is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak. Any planning rules that are in conflict with the governor's order are hereby temporarily suspended until the governor's order is no longer in effect. So we will need a motion to that effect. Commissioner Tibbs.
Make a motion for that.
Excellent. And thank you, Commissioner Tibbs. Is there a second? Council Lady Murphy.
Second his motion.
That's a proper second. Any other discussion on this motion? If you'll raise your hand or verbally state that you want to speak. And I don't see any hands. I do not hear anyone. So we will do a roll call on having the meeting by teleconference. So we'll go down the list to do roll call again. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Commissioner Haynes.
Aye.
8 ayes, none against. And we voted to have the meeting telephonically. Now we're on to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was sent out to everybody prior to the meeting. And so one item, so I do have, before we open it up for questions on the agenda, we potentially are going to have some quorum issues later in the night. And so there is one item, and that is item number 44. So what I would like to propose is, if that item is going to be on the heard tonight, that we move it to the first item for public hearing, because it is time sensitive. If we don't get to it tonight and have to shut down the meeting because of quorum issues, that item would automatically be approved by the commission. Is that correct, Director? Or
yes, it is. Yes, it is. By the rules and requirements and state law as well, we do need to review that subdivision. And so we would recommend, moving it up the agenda.
Okay, so what I would like to propose is basically item 44 be item number 1, and then everything else would go after that item in the normal order on the agenda. But before we do a motion, are there any questions about that from the commissioners? If you'll raise your hand or verbally. So what I'm going to try to do, instead of doing a roll call vote, is well, we better do a roll call vote. So to move item 44 as item 1, and then all the other items in the same order as the agenda. Is there a motion to that effect? Vice Chair Farr?
I will make a motion that we approve the agenda with the change of moving item 44 up to the item 1.
It's a proper motion. Is there a second? Somebody will raise their hand. How about Councilor Murphy? You want to second it?
I will be happy to second it.
Thank you, Council Lady. Proper second. Any other discussion? And if you'll raise your hand if you'd like to discuss or verbally speak. I don't see any hands raised in the app, and so we'll go on to a roll call. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
And Commissioner Haynes.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and item 44 will be item 1, and we have approved the agenda in that order. We are on to item, and I appreciate everybody for doing that. I don't like to do that, but when we try to, the staff is really good about making sure we get to the time-sensitive items, and I appreciate the team for pointing that out. Next is item C, item D, which is the approval of the July 23rd, 2020 minutes, and those minutes were sent out earlier, and we will need a motion to adopt the minutes unless there is discussion. So, Vice Chair, would you like to make the motion to adopt the July 23rd minutes?
Sure, I will make the motion that we adopt the July 23rd minutes.
All right, and is there a second? Commissioner Tibbs?
I second that.
Proper second. And then is there any discussion? If you'll raise your hand in your app or verbally state you want to discuss it. Seeing none, we'll do a roll call on the minutes. Commissioner Blackshear?
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr?
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Councilman Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs?
Aye.
Commissioner Haynes?
Aye.
Ayes have it, and the minutes are adopted. Now we are on to the recognition of the council members, and just like we do in our in-person meeting, we take these as y'all get on the app as we see you join the call. And so I want to welcome all of the council members. We always appreciate the council for attending the meetings and being so thoughtful and being part of the process. So the first councilman was, and you can speak now or you can speak during the item. Just let me know. And then, as y'all remember, we always allow the councilman to, during the public hearing, to speak last. And we appreciate you, but y'all can speak now too, or you can. We appreciate that. So first is Councilman Hager.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got several items. They be continued, and one we'll have a hearing on, so I'll just wait till it comes up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman, and we appreciate you joining us. Next was Councilman Hall. Is he on the line?
I'm here.
Hey, Councilman, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate you guys, as always, and work you do and being able to get on here and take care of a little business. I've only got one item on the agenda today. It's for the Bordeaux Agri-Hood, and I believe it's going to be deferred and moved to the meeting in September, the end of September.
Lisa, can you confirm that, or the director?
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa. The Bordeaux Agri-Hood is scheduled to be deferred. Let me confirm to which date. I believe it is to be deferred to the September 10th meeting, so this is the next meeting.
All right, Councilman, thank you. And it's deferred. Anything else, Councilman Hall?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next, I saw Councilman Withers. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman Atkins. It's great to join y'all. I don't come before this body a whole lot, but I have two on this agenda. They're both rezonings to MUGA. I've sent pretty detailed letters to the commissioners about each of them. I'm really excited about both rezonings. Appreciate the community support that we've had so far. And I believe they're both on consent and look forward to any questions that may arise on them, but otherwise, just looking forward to getting some of these positive changes underway in a very neglected corridor.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. And then I saw Council Lady Hancock, I believe.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chair. For item 44, I appreciate you moving that up front, and I'll wait to speak on the item there. For item 2020 S136001, is that on this agenda? I can't find it.
Lisa?
Oh, there it is. It's on the consent agenda items.
Yes.
Can I have that removed from the consent agenda?
Well, if it's removed from the consent agenda, we will hear it.
Last.
Which means we have to have a public hearing on the item, Council Lady.
Hi,
and we,
Hi, Chairman, this is Lisa. If an item is removed from consent, it will need to be deferred, as we would not have applicants on the phone call to be able to handle questions or presentations. And so if pulled, we will need to defer it.
and
Chairman, this is Lucy Kemp. I wonder if we could ask the councilwoman to say again which project she's referring to. If it's 408 Ferris, that
No, it is not.
Okay.
The 408 Ferris is the one that was pulled to the front of the agenda, which is fantastic. This project is a follow-on request from the Robin Hood condominiums development. This is to combine a residential property with a currently located as a condominium complex plan to one. And we just have some neighbors in the area that are concerned about having a large number of homes all of a sudden exit through what was previously a property. And then the neighbor right next door is concerned about even the location of his driveway and how close that would be located to a new road.
Hi, council member. That item is not on this agenda.
oh, there we go.
Super, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Council Lady.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anything else, Councilor Hancock?
No, that was it. I mean, I just, on the agenda that I pulled up from today, which, you know, is on our website, and it says revised agenda August 27th, it lists that item as number, maybe I lost it, or maybe I had two pulled up at the same time. Yeah, that was it. That was it. I think I was looking at the 86001, which just looks similar to the 136.001. Sorry about that.
Okay. So that is not on the agenda.
Right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Council Lady. Council Lady Stiles is, I saw next. Council Lady, is she on the line? I want to make sure. Let's see. Yeah, Council Lady Stiles, you gotta unmute Council Lady Stiles. We'll come back to the Council Lady. She may. Oh, Council Lady Stiles.
I'm really excited about having some additional hotel down there. I wonder if that guy would be.
Oh, that was Council Lady Stiles, but.
Chairman, that was, so we at the call center unmuted Council Lady Stiles in case she was having trouble, but it sounded like she was not currently trying to engage directly with the commission. So we muted her again, just to be sure. So if you wanted to go to some of the other council members, and then maybe we could recognize her again and see if she's ready to speak.
Yep, we'll do that. Not a problem. We'll come back to Council Lady Stiles with Council Lady Porterfield. I see Council Lady Porterfield online. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank y'all for being here and the service that y'all are doing for our city. I just wanted to confirm there are 3 items for District 29 on the agenda. It appears that they all have a recommendation to be deferred to September the 10th, and I just wanted to confirm that everything was being deferred.
Yeah, which items are they, Council Lady?
It is item number 40 is one of the items. And then there is item number 7 is an item. And then item number 15 is districts 28 and 29.
I believe so, but let's get a confirmation from Lisa. It looks like those items are on for deferral. We have not, obviously, not gone through that yet, but Lisa, can you confirm that?
Hi, Chairman. Yes, I can confirm those 3 items are on deferral.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you do. Have a good day.
Thank you, Council Lady, for joining us. And then let me look here. We still have Council Lady Stiles, but let's see if we got any other council members. Director or Lisa, do y'all see any other council members? I don't see any other. Let's try to get Council A. Stiles again. Council A. Stiles, are you with us? You have to push your unmute button, and if we can recognize Council A. Stiles during her item if she doesn't unmute. All right. Well, when she joins us and unmutes, we'll let Council A. Stiles speak. Director, have I missed any other folks, or Lisa?
I do not see any other council members, but if they join during the next item, I will let you know.
I really appreciate it. Thanks, y'all, for keeping us straight. And I really appreciate the council members joining us. Next is items for deferral or withdrawal. And Lisa, you're recognized.
Okay. Hi, Chairman. We have the following items for deferral or withdrawal. On page 5 of your agenda, item number 1, 2020 CP 010001, Envision Edge Hill Community Plan Amendment. Staff recommends to defer indefinitely, and I would note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Item number 2, 2019 SP 009001, Charlotte Pike SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 3 on page 6 of your agenda, 2020 SP 032001, Covenant Court. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 4, 2020 SP 034001, South Harpeth Farms SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 5, 2020 SP 035001, Tulip Grove Townhomes. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. And I would note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Item number 6, 2019 S 086001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 7 on page 7 of your agenda, 2019 S 234001, Doral Property Subdivision. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 8, 2020 S 113001, the resub of Lot 8 of Dixie Pure Food Company subdivision. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 9, 2020 S 140001, Hobson Pike Townhomes. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 10, 2020 S 145001, the Bordeaux Agri-Hood. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 11, 6576P 001, Dollar General Revision. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 12, 12383P 001, Canyon Ridge Phase 3 Revision and Final. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 13, 2020Z 071PR 001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 14, 2020Z 096PR 001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 15, substitute bill BL 2020-197. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 16, 2020 DTC 018001, 222 3rd Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. And I would like to note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Also on deferral, item number 26, 2020 S 143001, the Row Rig subdivision. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 30, 2020Z 089PR 001, Staff recommendation is to approve. We just got a call on this one. Let me restate that. Item number 30, 2020Z089PR001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 33, 2020Z093PR001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 24th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 37, 2020Z099PR001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 40, 2020 SP015001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 10th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 42, 2019 HP 001001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the September 24th Planning Commission meeting. Number 40 was September 10th. I'm afraid I said the wrong date. And that's it.
All right, thank you, Lisa. We'll go through this really slow. Make sure we got all these. So items for deferral or withdrawal are the following. Items number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 26, 30, 33, 37, 40, and 42. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I did also want to note that for those listening, that the September 10th meeting will also be held via remote teleconference.
Thank you, Lisa. Commissioners, you've heard the items for deferral or withdrawal. We will need a second. We'll need a motion to approve. Commissioner Tibbs.
Motion to approve deferral.
Proper motion. Council Lady Murphy. And that's a second. And any discussion, if you will raise your icon hands or verbally state that you want to discuss. I don't see any. And we're ready now for a roll call to approve the deferral and withdrawals. Commissioner Blackshear.
Lisa may have already done this, but I just wanted to note my refusal from item 12 as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate that. Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Commissioner Haynes.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and those items are deferred or withdrawn. And now we are on to item G, which is the consent agenda. Lisa, you're recognized.
Hi, Chairman. We have the following items on the consent agenda. Before I read them, I do want to note, as information for our audience, if you're not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. The following items are on the consent agenda. On page 9 of your agenda, item number 17, 2018 S209001. the W.E. Scott re-subdivision resub of Phase 2. It's a request for final plat approval to create 4 lots on property located on Lowe's Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 18A, 2020 CP 004002, the Madison Community Plan Amendment. It's a request to amend the Madison Community Plan by changing from T3 Neighborhood Evolving to District Employment Center for properties located on West Due West Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 18B, the associated case, 2020Z085PR001. It's a request to rezone from R10 to CS for properties located on West Due West Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 19A, 2020 CP 014002, Donaldson Hermitage Old Hickory Community Plan Amendment. It's a request to amend the Donaldson Hermitage Old Hickory Community Plan by changing from T3NE District Office Concentration and T2 Rural Maintenance Policy to T3 Neighborhood Evolving and T3 Neighborhood Center Policy for various properties located along Central Pike, Dodson Chapel Road, and Brando Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 19B, the associated case, 2020Z060PR001. It's a request to rezone from R8 to MULA for properties located on Dodson Chapel Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. Also, the associated case on page 10 of your agenda, 19C, 2020Z084PR001, a request to rezone from RS15 to MULA for properties located on Central Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 2020 SP 030001. The Lofts at Marathon SP. It's a request to rezone from MULA to SP zoning for property located on 16th Avenue North to permit 449 multifamily units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 21, 2020 SP 036001, 1108, 1110, and 1114 4th Avenue South. Staff, it's a request to rezone from CS to SP for properties located on 4th Avenue South to permit non-residential uses. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 22, 2020 S 119001, the JB Davis subdivision. It's a request for final plat approval to create 3 lots on property located on Batavia Street. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 23, 2020 S 125001, Sharbert's Harding Place subdivision. This is a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots on property located on Harding Place. Staff recommendations is to approve with conditions, including an exception to section 3-5 2D1. On page 11 of your agenda, item number 24, 2020 S 133001. The Batson Homes Pennington Bend development. It's a request for concept plan approval to create 16 lots on properties located at 2705 and 2707 Pennington Bend Road. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 25, 2020 S 135001, the resub of parts of Tract 4 on the map showing the division of Jackson Place on Charlotte Pike. It's a request for final plat approval to create 3 lots on property located on Watts Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 27, 2003 P 009001, the Park at Metro Center Phase 2. It's a request to revise the preliminary plan and for final site plan approval for property located on Athens Way. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 28, 2020Z054PR001. It's a request to rezone from SP to R6A for property located at 500 Douglas Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 12, on page 12, item number 29, 2020Z082PR001. It's a request to rezone from R10 to CS zoning for property located at 2364 Gallatin Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 31, 2020Z091PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS5 to R8 for property located on Monticello Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 32, 2020Z092PR001. It's a request to rezone from R10 to RS10 for properties located along Cabot Drive, Beacon Lane, Upton Lane, South Upton Court, and North Upton Court. Staff recommendation is to approve a substitute. Item number 34, 2020Z094PR001. It's a request to rezone from IWD to MUGA for properties located at 1106 Davidson Street and 690 Davidson Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 13 of your agenda, item number 35, 2020Z097PR001. It's a request to rezone from RM20 to MUGA for property located on 4th Street and 5th Street. Staff recommendation is to approve, and I would like to note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. And item number 36, 2020Z098PR001. It's a request to rezone from CS to MULA NS for property located at 1033 12th Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve.
Lisa?
Lisa?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I got a little ahead of myself. Under other business, on page 15 of your agenda, item number 48, to accept a grant of $1,769,494 from TDOT's Federal Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Program to support Nashville Connector Transportation Demand Management Program to help reduce mobile source emissions and improve air quality. Item number 51, new employee contracts for Jared Islis, Nathaniel Aduke, and Mark Sturdivant, and employee contract renewals for Lucy Kemp and George Rooker. And item number 55, to accept the director's report.
Thank you, Lisa. And so we'll go through these items to approve the consent agenda, and I'll go slow to make sure the commissioners know of all of these particular items. And so Lisa, make sure these are correct. So we have items number 17, 18A, 18B, 19A, 19B, 19C, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36, 48, 51, and 55. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, commissioners, you've heard the items on the consent agenda, and we will need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Vice Chair,
I would be happy to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
That's a proper motion. And then Councilor Murphy, would you like to second?
Second.
It's a proper second. Any other discussion? If you will raise your hands in the app or verbally state you'd like to discuss it. I do not see any. So now we're on to roll call to approve the items on the approval for the consent agenda. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Vice Chair Farr.
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Councilor Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs,
Aye.
Commissioner Haynes.
Aye.
Ayes have it, and you have 8 ayes, none against, and the consent agenda is approved. I do want to take a moment of personal privilege to at this time just to say and that I appreciate our director very much and our staff team, and I'll say more at the end of the meeting, but they've really done a great job, and I appreciate them. So we are on to the public hearing items to be considered under public hearing. For the listeners out there at home, we have provided multiple ways to participate in this teleconference meeting. Normally, we take the applicant first, then the supporters, and then the opponents. But because of the different ways for people to participate, we'll be taking supporters and opponents together, just like the last several meetings. To help us, please state your name, your address, and whether you support or oppose the particular item. As usual, we took emailed comments through Tuesday at 3 p.m. At the start of each public hearing, Lisa will give a summary of how many email comments that we received on that particular item. We also have a call-in number for members of the public who wish to call in and testify. As a matter of fact, I would tell everybody and the commissioners that it's been a really successful way, even more successful than I thought. We've received a lot of public participation. So I really appreciate the public being patient with us and doing this during the COVID-19 outbreak. Please wait until the public hearing for your particular item. Don't call on another item because we'll put you in the queue on that particular item, so we don't want you testifying on the wrong particular item. If you're calling, please be aware that there is legally required a 30-second delay. That means when you watch your screen while commenting, what you see will be actually slightly behind due to federal regulation. It works best if you focus on not the screen, but just talking into the phone when you testify. For each item, we will let you know when to call in. I'll ask Lisa for a count of email comments, and then we'll also consider, and then we'll go into the testifying portion. So we.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. So as we did the. We restructured the agenda slightly. We will consider item number 44 first. But I want to make sure that we go through, Lisa, if just for the commissioners and the public, which items we're going to hear. So I believe this is the list, but we'll go through this. So we've got item 44 first, which we suspended the rules and put on as number 1. And then we have items 38, 39, 41, 43, 45, 46, and 47. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yes, Chairman, that is correct.
All right.
And Chairman, this is Lucy. Forgive me for jumping in here. I did want to note before we move to those items that I do see 2 additional council members who have joined the meeting and are hoping to be recognized to speak, and wanted to ask that you would recognize them before we move to that next section of the agenda.
Yeah, who is that? Well, we need to get back to council. We need to ask Councilwoman Stiles first, and then who else?
Okay, I see Councilwoman Benedict, and I thought I saw Council Member Toombs. Give me a moment, I'm scrolling down. I see new members, Councilmember Toomb and Benedict.
And then, okay.
Speaking. This is Councilwoman Toombs. I don't have anything to say. I think all of my items were on the consent agenda.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Councilor Toombs. We appreciate you joining us today. Council Lady Benedict, are you on the line?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, and I very much appreciate the indulgence as I was tardy today.
No problem. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I am calling about case 47. And I would like to start, if I may, ask staff to talk about their recommendation.
Are we, just to clarify, you're talking about item 47?
That's right. Scott, 2116 Scott Avenue.
So, Chairman, that item is scheduled to be heard last at the meeting, and we'll give a presentation. Typically, we would give a presentation at that time. We are recommending disapproval of the proposal.
Okay. All right. Well, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. Thank you for that clarification. So I sent a letter yesterday about this to the commissioners, and just wanted to reiterate that this is someone who is, this applicant has worked a lot in East Nashville. I've seen the products that he builds, which are affordable housing. Most of what he builds is affordable housing. And I know that we can't necessarily take that into consideration, but it is an area of my district where there is similar density, even though this doesn't fit. Even though this doesn't fit with the plan. So, with that in mind, I do think that it fits. There are larger lots. The only larger lots in the immediate area are both for churches, and so I think again that this density works. And there was a concern from one constituent about short-term rentals, and the applicant agreed to add the NS designation on his request. So with that, I respectfully ask for your approval of this tonight. I'm sorry that I was late again, and I'm also not going to be able to stay on for this, but again, if you have any questions, I certainly would love to answer them now.
Thank you, Council Lady, and we'll get to that. Obviously, if we don't have quorum issues, we will try to get to it tonight. So appreciate you joining the call and your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe, let's try, let me see. I see Council Lady Stiles is on the line, and is she ready to speak? Council Lady Stiles, are you on the line?
Hello, Chairman. I am here. I actually am just listening. My one item has been deferred until next month, but thank you for acknowledging me.
Okay, thank you, Council Lady. Appreciate you joining us very much. And just a reminder to everybody, I, as a housekeeping note, if everybody will mute their lines, which everybody's doing a great job of that, I appreciate that, so we don't get that electronic feedback. So appreciate that. And so now we, I believe, are ready to consider item number 44 first.
Councilman Chairman, do you mind, Councilman Chairman, sorry, Chairman Atkins, do you mind going through the list?
Before, so,
do you mind going through the list one more time of the items we will hear? I apologize for that.
No problem, Commissioner, no problem. So we're going to hear items in this order. Items 44, 38, 39, 41, 43, 45, 46, and 47.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, any other questions, Commissioners, before we get started? I want to make sure everybody gets... All right, I think we are ready to go. So we are ready to begin the first item. So, Lisa, who's up on item 44 from staff? Jason, see you on the line?
is Sean in the call center. Jason, your WebEx is muted. If you want to turn that off before you begin speaking, that will help.
Hello, this is Jason. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay. This is item 1. For anyone that is just joining the meeting, this is item 44 on the published agenda. This request is to subdivide one property into 4 new lots. Next slide. This is in the Madison area between Old Hickory Boulevard and Neely's Bend Road. TriStar Madison is just to the east of the subject property on Larkin Springs Road. The site contains a single-family home and is approximately 1 acre in size. Next slide. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. And if the commission wishes, direct staff to prepare amendments to the subdivision regulations pertaining to lot width. Next slide. The commission held a public hearing on this item on June 25th of this year. The Planning Commission deferred the item and the public hearing was closed. In the deliberation, the commission expressed concerns with the width of the proposed lots and the application of the neighborhood evolving policy in this area. In the deferral, the commission requested that staff provide information regarding previous subdivision and development in the surrounding area, general information on the overall character of the area and why the neighborhood evolving policy was applied to the area, and if the subdivision regulations ever included minimum lot width requirements. Staff conducted a review as requested by the commission, and each commissioner should have received a memo with staff findings. I would like to briefly touch on lot width requirements. As indicated in the memo, there are no current minimum lot width standards for lots outside of neighborhood maintenance policy areas. If the commission wishes, staff can research the topic and prepare amendments to the regulations to provide lot width requirements for areas that are not in neighborhood maintenance policy. Next slide. The zoning is single-family residential RS10. RS10 requires a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. Next slide. This slide shows the proposed subdivision. Calls for 4 new single-family lots. Each lot is approximately 10,000 square feet in size and has approximately 30 feet of frontage along Ferris Avenue. As proposed, lots 1 and 2 will share a driveway, and lots 3 and 4 will share a driveway. These driveway easements are highlighted in yellow. Next slide. The property is located within a neighborhood evolving policy area. Subdivisions in these policy areas are required to meet the infill requirements found in the subdivision regulations. This section requires that any subdivision meet all zoning code requirements. Each lot has street frontage onto a street or open space. Standards of all reviewing agencies have been met, and the subdivision meets any special policies. As proposed, the subdivision meets all the requirements. Each lot meets the minimum size requirement for the RS10 zoning district. All lots front onto and have direct access to Ferris Avenue, and all agencies have recommended approval or approval with conditions. There are no special policies that apply to the site. Next slide. Staff is recommending several conditions to the approval. This slide includes the conditions which pertain to access, parking, garages, and height. Important to note that the applicant has agreed to all these conditions. Next slide. In conclusion, staff is recommending approval with conditions as the proposed 4-lot meet all subdivision and zoning requirements as outlined in the staff report. Furthermore, the commission wishes direct staff to prepare amendments to the subdivision regulations pertaining to lot width. Please keep in mind that any new lot width standards would apply only after the regulations have been amended. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Jason. We're ready now to open that item for public hearing. And Sean is the applicant on the line?
Chairman, just one, this is Lucy. Lisa, can you clarify? I believe the item was closed in the last session. So I think if you want to open the item for public hearing, there would need to be an additional step.
Yeah, no, I apologize. The team and the director let me know that this item, I apologize. I rescind opening it. We did not. We'd have to vote to open that public item as a commission back open. So this item's already been heard. I rescind what I said because we'd have to vote on that and suspend the rules. So I apologize for that, commissioners. So this item is not up for public hearing. We've considered it before, and I know that I had to watch the video on this particular item, I believe, and then I did. And so we are now ready to discuss the item by the as commissioners. So how about I start with Commissioner Blackshear.
Or Councilor Hancock.
Oh, there's the council lady. I'm sorry. Council lady, you want to speak first before we get into council lady, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm sorry to interject. I really appreciate all the time you guys have put into this and the thoughtful consideration. I really appreciate last month how you heard the concerns of the constituents and agreed that more need to be discussed. And we deferred this for a month so that there would be time for a community meeting. I was disappointed that the developer did not show at the community meeting. The constituents showed en masse. And they wrote down or communicated to me an extensive list of questions that I wrote down. I emailed them to planning. I got some detailed answers, and I emailed them to planning and the developer at the same time, and got the answers from planning that they could answer from a Metro perspective. And then once I got those answers, I forwarded those to the developer, and he did email me back with all of his answers. The biggest concern is the street frontage, and I realize there's not a regulation in place, but just to reiterate that down the road where it turns from Ferris to Kinsey, the smallest lots have 51 square feet of frontage, and these are going to be 26. And the community was, kind of as a whole agreeing that 2 houses would be all right. And we're hoping that a compromise between 4 and 2 would be 3. So I just want to, let you know that I think they'd be disappointed with the 4 homes here, but I do know that the subdivision requirements are a state thing, and I appreciate you guys following the letter of the law.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Director, do you want to say anything before we get into the discussion from commissioners, or are you good?
Well, it disappoints me to hear from the council member that the developer was invited to a meeting and didn't show up. That this is a development is a public trust. And so that's a concern. Subdivisions, y'all have heard me say this before, the state authorizes the planning department to prepare, notice, and adopt subdivision regulations so that we can promote harmonious development in the city. It's not a request for new zoning entitlements, but rather to organize sites in such a way as to be harmonious with the surrounding area. And that includes the location of streets, open spaces, and the like. We acknowledged very much the commission's discussion at the last meeting and think that there is a way to address those concerns in the subdivision regulations. And we have some thoughts about how to do that for future applications. And, I would just say that the role for the commission here is to look at this proposal against those regulations and see if you think that it meets them. And other than that, so it's more of a technical review. So does that cover it, Chairman?
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. And I share your same concern that with the council member that the developer did not show up for the community process and give input and be at the community meeting. I think that's a serious issue, and it's a concerning issue. So we'll get into the commissioners. Commissioner Blackshear?
Yes, thanks, Chairman. I appreciate hearing what the councilwoman had to say, and also appreciate what the director just said. I did attend the prior meeting where this was discussed, and I really appreciate staff going back and following the direction of the commissioners as to reviewing this item one more time. So with this second look at it, those conditions added, I am in favor of staff recommendation, obviously based on everything that the director just said regarding the technical analysis under the subdivision regulations. There was, I think, a second piece of the staff's analysis regarding looking further into the subdivision regulations as to the lot widths that I think would be also helpful for future reviews. So I would be in favor of that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gobble?
I'm still troubled by this one. I think it does meet the guidelines. I don't think we have much of a choice. I think a 28-foot lot or 27-foot lot with 5-yard setbacks on each side makes it a 15-foot or 16-foot wide unit. I don't know that that's a practical thing. It certainly won't fit in the neighborhood. So I don't think we have much choice on this one, but I certainly would like to have the staff, as we look at the subdivision regs, figure out how to address this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to thank staff for their extensive research and really appreciate giving us past zone change and SP and proposal and rehab and so forth. And so I was able to understand what's happening in this particular parcel and surrounding area. So with that detailed, extensive work, further confirm because this property is, yes, indeed, a neighborhood evolving, but all the change happened more closer to main artery. So this is edge of neighborhood maintenance and neighborhood evolving. So yes, on the paper, everything fits. On the paper, calculation meets. On the paper, all the requirement meets. However, in the bigger community development, character and so forth, it just does not meet our spirit and intent to how to holistically develop entire city or each neighborhood. So I really struggle with this one because in our subdivision regulation, there's no specific language to require when certain property abut to neighborhood evolving and neighborhood maintenance have to consider, like some area we do have a transition housing from higher, taller or higher density to one single home. So in between, there's transition. We do have those intent in the Nashville Next. Unfortunately, subdivision regulation does not specifically write down those intent into regulation. So yes, I agree with this. On the all front, it meets requirement. I just don't feel good about approving it yet.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Councilor Murphy?
Thank you, Chairman. I too am somewhat dismayed that a developer probably feels like because it's a subdivision, they don't need to attend a community meeting. I know how much time, and just as you do, Chairman, and just as Commissioner Johnson knows, it takes a lot of time to put community meetings together, and then for a developer not to show up is a little disrespectful to the community and to the council member. I have a few questions for staff. Is it possible for us to approve this for 3 lots instead of 4 lots?
I think The decision to approve a subdivision or to disapprove a subdivision is entirely within the commission's discretion. The staff has done an analysis of the regulations and we've given you a recommendation. I think if you want to propose approval of 3, the commission could certainly entertain that and vote on it. You would essentially be disapproving this one, but in saying you would approve 3, you're clarifying the type of plat that you would want to move forward.
Okay, because when Commissioner Gobble ran through the numbers, which I appreciate because sometimes numbers can get, when we're looking at 4 different lots, I mean, that's just to look at the lots around this and then to think about the 5-foot, potentially 5-foot setbacks in between the homes that would be jammed in here. I think if we have to, you know, we all know, and y'all know over the last year, I get a little grouchy over the subdivision regs sometimes because and that's why I'm glad we're going to be looking at them. I know this is one that we're kind of in a corner. We have to make a decision tonight. We're in the corner that our hands are tied right now with our current regs and the state law. I would feel much more comfortable if this had the condition that it was limited to 3 lots and that it required sidewalks. Those 2 conditions would make me more comfortable, kind of the sugar for the medicine tonight, to be able to have to vote on this one. And so I guess, Chairman, if you want to come back to me when it's appropriate, I'm happy to make that into a motion.
I'll do it.
I want to hear what others think of that.
Yes, perfect idea. Thank you, Council Lady. Commissioner Tibbs.
I appreciate that spoonful of sugar that Councilman Murphy brought up, because I was kind of falling right in line with what everyone else is saying, that our hands are tied with something that we really don't feel strongly about, but don't even feel necessarily good about. Specifically, what Commissioner Gobble brought up about just what we end up with those, with the 15 feet. So because the subdivision analysis has been done, and we, our hands have been tied, as we've talked about this 2 or 3 times. I'm glad we are gonna get to revisit the regulations for some leverage. I want to go on record too, as what the councilman said. It's very disappointing that the developer didn't show up. I think that was at least their opportunity to hear concerns, and even if they didn't, want to adopt the concerns, I think it would have been a good neighbor to, have been there and listened. And who knows, there may have been other things they could have done that the neighborhood would have, appreciated, and the spoonful of sugar would have tasted a little bit better with the medicine. However, none of that happened. I'm very much in line with Councilman Murphy's upcoming motion.
All right, I believe we've gone through. Thank you, Commissioner. I believe that we've had every commissioner discuss this item. So I believe, is Councilor Murphy? You want to try to make a motion?
All right, hit the mute button 4 times and unmuted and remuted. I would.
And Chairman, this is Quan Poole from Metro Legal. I'm anticipating that a motion is probably going to be made here. So I think in what state law requires is that there be some action taken on the plat that was submitted. So I'll just be sure. I think the commission, it would be wise for them to make some formal vote on the plat that was submitted. Whether it be approval or disapproval, citing some basis, and then if there's an alternative, certainly we could vote for that, but we want to make sure that if we're disapproving the 4 lots, that we get that in the affirmative, because that was the plat that was submitted to the commission for consideration.
Hey, Quan, this is Lucy. Just to clarify, so could the motion, based on my understanding of where Councilmember Murphy might be thinking, the commission disapproves the plat as submitted, given sort of technical site constraints associated with setbacks and other standards, period. would approve 3 lots or something like that.
Right. The commission does have the authority to place reasonable conditions on its approval. So if there are things, items from the subdivision regulations that gives the commission pause and that they don't want to straight out or outright disapprove the subdivision, that it's approved, but based upon X things, we're not approving the 4 lots, we're going to approve 3. And you're doing the 3 as a reasonable condition related to the items for concern that the commission has.
So,
and those obviously those items for concerns would be tied to the subdivision regulation.
Okay, I think I can make that motion, and then Quan, if you want to edit or I guess tell me to rephrase, I'm happy to try to do that.
All right, let's try it, Council Lady.
Okay, so I can either do it in 1 or 2 motions, but I'll try it in 1 if that's okay. I'd like to move to disapprove the 4 lot plat submitted in case number 2020 S045001 based upon the technical review and the constraints upon the property. And I'd like to instead approve a plat of 3 lots here and add the reasonable condition of a sidewalk as well.
Well, hey, Council Lady,
fair?
This is the chair. I would like to, let's try to do it in 2 different motions. Okay. I think we need to do a disapproval, and then we'll do an approval for 3 lots. Quan, would you feel more comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, I would too. Okay, so Council Lady, you stated the reason for disapproval.
Yes.
Is there a second? Is there a second? I need somebody. Commissioner Tibbs?
A second.
That's a proper motion. Is there any discussion on the disapproval? If you'll raise your hand or verbally state that you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, all in favor of the disapproval, we'll do a roll call. Commissioner Blackshear?
Aye, that's fine with me. Aye.
Commissioner Gobble?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy? And Commissioner Tibbs?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, and it's disapproved. So let's do the second motion of Council Lady Murphy. This is the follow-up motion for an approval. Council Lady?
So I would like to make a motion that we approve 3 lot subdivision here with the original conditions of the shared, I guess a shared drive on 2 of the lots, and that sidewalks are added before final plat approval.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Tibbs?
Second.
All right. Proper second.
And Chairman, I'm just going to add, just the reasonable condition of the sidewalks, is it related to maybe additional traffic or additional development that's going to be in the area that was not there previously?
Council Lady?
Yes. The sidewalk condition is because of the increased traffic of the increased density, and that this area is a neighborhood evolving policy. Therefore, there is likely to be further development of this pattern.
Thank you. So we have a proper motion, and we'll need a second. Commissioner?
I think I seconded it already.
Oh, good. See, I'm losing my mind, Commissioner. Thank you. Proper second. Any discussion? Commissioner Johnson, you want to discuss? I see your hand up.
Yes, I have a question. So now the lot subdivision as submitted was disapproved. So that's the first decision we make. So as far as recommendation, do we have to rush to approve 3 lots? Or would it be prudent to send this back to council lady and community and developer to have them discuss? So indeed, 3 lots will be ideal. Or would that be giving them another opportunity to have 2 lots that will be more in line with other higher density development down the street? So I just want to throw in that possibility because case is already decided as approved. So the clock was stopped. So it will give more community to come up with better alternative rather than us immediately approving it. So just kind of throw that possibility.
So, Commissioner, I personally, I appreciate your question. I would feel better from legal grounds if we had an alternative instead of just the disapproval. That's me personally. Now, I would like to hear from our legal counsel, Mr. Poole, but I understand what you're saying. But personally, I would prefer for the 3 lots. But Mr. Poole and the commissioners can ultimately decide that.
Right. Chairman, I agree. I think the commission would be on stronger legal footing if it's all together, because in essence, what the commission is taking a vote on is the plat as submitted. It's the commission's opinion that it does not meet the subdivision regulations. However, the 3 lot plat does, and so it's all a part of that same application. And this design is a reasonable alternative, basically, is what the commission is finding to the original plat that was submitted.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Mr. Poole. Any other questions, or Commissioner Johnson? Does that answer your question?
I understand the intention and appreciate the answer.
All right, Commissioner Blackshear, you're recognized.
I know there's a lot of motions and recommendations going around. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss this. Have we already made a recommendation regarding directing staff to continue to evaluate the parts of the subdivision regulations regarding lot widths, or is that part of another motion?
Yeah, no, sorry, Commissioner. I think that is definitely appropriate, and I felt like that was part of our discussion and intent. But we can we can talk at the end of the meeting if we need to. But yes, my intention would to. I think that the intent of the commission is to definitely have the staff look at lot widths. From all of our discussion. I don't know if it's appropriate to be part of this particular motion, but I after we get done with this item, we can clarify that.
Okay.
But that's the intent, I believe. I think every commissioner stated that was a concern. And I believe historically it was in, if my memory recalls right, is that it was previously in the code, and I don't know subdivision regs, and I don't know if we, I can't remember the intent, if we intended for it to be removed or if it got removed while we were rewriting them, because we've rewritten them before, recently, and so I can't remember. I don't believe the intent was to remove it, but I could be wrong with my memory. But, we'll need to definitely look at it and fix it, Commissioner. Or address it, not fix it, but address it.
Thanks, Chairman.
Yeah. Any other discussion on this item? If you'll raise your hand in the app or verbally state discussion. So reminder, Commissioners, we have a proper motion and a second. Motion from Councilor Murphy, second from Commissioner Tibbs. Any other discussion before we vote on this? Seeing none, we are ready to vote. And so roll call. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Ayes have it. And the motion to approve with 3 lots is approved. Now we are on to, and all of the specifications of the motion from the council lady. We are now on to item 38. And let's see who's presenting that. Oh, and well, before we present that, so Commissioner Blackshear, so the director, it is clear intent that we need to look at lot width in the subdivisions, correct? And you'll.
Yes, I confirm that we're going to look at that. I think I never want to say to the commission that something is easy, but I think there are some fairly straightforward standards that we can place in the regulations. It is my understanding a little before my time, there was a standard in the subregs. And the commission was continuing to receive cases where it seemed like the standard wasn't appropriate to apply. And so we're going to take a look at the previous standards and look at some more recent cases that we've had and mesh them together, and we'll propose them to you, and then all future cases will be subject to them. So we hear you, and we will take care of it.
Commissioner Blackshear, are you good with that?
Yes, that sounds great. Thank you.
All right, excellent. All right, we are on to item 38. And that would be, is Abby on the line?
I'm here.
All right, Abby.
Hi, Commissioners. I'll be presenting the next item, 38, which is the Burkett Commons SP amendment. Next slide. This is a request to amend a specific plan for property located at Nolensville Pike at the southeastern corner of Burkett Road in Nolensville Pike to add 1.51 acres currently zoned AR2A and within a corridor design overlay district to permit a mixed-use development. Next slide. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Nolensville Pike is located on the left side, running north and south, with Burkett Road going east-west at the top of the screen. Next slide. The vacant site comprises 1.5 acres located at the intersection of Burkett Road and Nolensville Pike. The property abuts phase 4 of the Burkett Commons SP to the south and east, which is currently under construction. Next slide. This site has some history, which I'll review briefly before going into the details of this request. Metro Council approved the Burkett Commons SP in March of 2016. The approved preliminary SP included a mixed-use development to implement the specific details of the general plan. This SP includes residential uses in addition to office and commercial uses, with a maximum of 200 multifamily residential units and 10,000 square feet of non-residential uses, located on approximately 18 acres. The current application proposes to amend the SP to add an additional property to the development and to increase the total square footage of non-residential uses to 20,000 square feet. As this proposal includes additional land area to be added to the SP and an increase to the maximum non-residential square footage, an amendment to the preliminary SP is required. Next slide. Please note that the site has been rotated 90 degrees on this slide in order to better view the full SP plan. So Nolensville is now at the bottom of the slide and Burkett is located along the left side. Areas included in the approved SP are displayed as faded or grayed out on the screen. And then the added parcel, which is located at the bottom left corner, is identified with the red dashed line. The added parcel is located again on approximately 1.5 acres. A portion of the approved development is located in Williamson County and is not part of the requested SP. You may see a diagonal line running across the screen, and that is the zoning, the county line. Next slide. Note that we've flipped back to the original orientation on the zoning slide with Nolensville running up and down on the left side. The site is shaded in gray, and the approved SP is identified by the SP and U zoning boundary displayed to the east and south. As mentioned earlier, the approved preliminary permits a maximum of 200 multifamily units and 10,000 square feet of non-residential uses. The permitted non-residential uses include those permitted by the MULA zoning district. The approved SP provides a building typology plan with development standards for each building type. Next slide. The proposed SP amendment will add an adjacent 1.5 acre parcel to the SP and permit a maximum of 10,000 square feet of non-residential uses on the added parcel, resulting in a maximum of 20,000 total square feet of non-residential uses within the SP, including the approved non-residential square footage. The 10,000 square feet of non-residential uses proposed with this amendment is limited to the 1.51 acre parcel that is being rezoned only. No increase in non-residential square footage is permitted on the remainder of the SP. No increase to the maximum number of residential units are proposed, and no changes to the approved building typology standards are proposed for the remainder of the SP. Proposed uses are limited to uses permitted by the MULA zoning district, consistent with the approved preliminary. I'd like to note for the record that after staff report publication, the applicant notified staff of 2 uses that they would like to prohibit from the plan based on feedback from the community. Car wash and beer and cigarette market uses are to be prohibited. Staff is recommending a modified condition of approval that prohibits these uses. The SP amendment provides new building typology standards for the added parcel, referred to as building type 7 in the building typology plan. Building type 7 includes architectural standards that are detailed in your staff report. The building has frontage on Nolensville, Burkett, and Center Street, which is a newly constructed street to the east that connects to the rest of Burkett Commons. Access is provided from Center Street and is also proposed from Nolensville Pike. Sidewalks and planting strips will be installed along Nolensville and Burkett per the MCSP. And the applicant will work with Public Works and TDOT on the final road improvement plans with the final SP. Next slide. The proposed amendment is consistent with the goals of the preliminary SP, which is intended to enhance the area with a mixture of uses. The site is located at the corner of 2 arterial boulevards, where it would be appropriate to add non-residential uses to serve the surrounding area, including the residential units within the SP. Staff finds that the amended SP enhances a prominent intersection with the mixture of uses consistent with the suburban community center policy. Next slide. Therefore, staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions, including a modification to condition number 1 to prohibit car wash and beer and cigarette market uses. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Abby. And so we are now ready to open the public hearing for item 38. And Sean, is the applicant on the line?
Chairman, we do have representatives of the applicant on the line, and they have been unmuted and can speak when you recognize them.
All right, I want to welcome the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes that you can use. You can use two minutes of the 10 for a rebuttal if you so choose. And please state your name and address for the record, and welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Atkins. I just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Scott Morton with Smith G Studio, and I reside at 1005 North 14th Street in East Nashville. First of all, I want to sincerely thank the staff, the community, and the Councilman Rutherford for their efforts in support of this application. over the course of the last year, we've worked diligently with many stakeholders to come up with a plan that provides for an engaging public realm, high quality architecture, and a contextually appropriate design, most fitting for this prominent intersection on Nolensville Pike. The initial community outreach for this project began with the former councilman, Bobby and Bedney. The applicant team hosted a community meeting in the nearby Cane Ridge community, and no issues were raised at that time. Most recently, the applicant team has been corresponding with the Cane Ridge Community Association over the last month, providing further information, clarifications, and getting some feedback from the association. At the request of the Neighborhood Association, we've agreed to revise our application to prohibit the following nuisance uses as allowable uses for this SP application. Those uses include cigarette and beer markets, liquor shops, car washes, and check cashing businesses. Two of which were already covered with the application. Two of them were prohibited per staff's comments earlier. Will be revised at the council level. The plan is consistent with the policy objectives for this community center area within the Southeast Community Plan. Furthermore, the project incorporates design standards and architectural standards consistent with or exceeding the level of quality provided in the Nolensville Corridor Design Overlay. The design provides for neighborhood serving retail for the community in a walkable environment that is an appropriate scale at this prominent intersection. It provides strong connectivity to Burkett Commons and convenient access both to and from the development and surrounding region. It also is consistent and is contextually compatible with other developments along the Nolensville corridor. Furthermore, the project team has extensively coordinated with Metro Public Works and TDOT officials on the future road widening plan for this segment of Nolensville Pike. As part of these improvements, the project has dedicated significant right-of-way on Nolensville Pike and Burkett Road, as well as a newly designed turn lane at the intersection of these two major streets. In closing, we sincerely appreciate the support we've received from the community, neighbors, Councilman Rutherford, and the planning staff. We greatly appreciate your consideration and kindly request that you support staff's recommendation of approval. It would be my pleasure to answer any questions or provide any clarifications that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we will reserve 2 minutes for your rebuttal. Right, Sean? That he had 2 minutes left.
Yes, Chairman, more like 6.5, so we'll certainly save 2.
Well, he's only allowed 2. Okay. All right. Thank you for your presentation. And we are now ready for the members of the public to call in. Your screen should show the call-in number now. You don't need to wait until other people speak because we'll put you in a queue. As a reminder, please only call on the current case that you would like to speak on. When you begin your testimony, please state your name, address, and whether you support or oppose the item. We're not able to display the timer visually, but Sean will be keeping track of time. She will verbally tell you when you have 30 seconds left, and I apologize for that, but that's the only way we can do that. And then we'll go on to the next caller. So while we wait for the callers to get in the queue, let's ask Lisa for the emails. Can you give us a report on any emails sent in, Lisa?
Hi, Chairman. We only received one email, and it was a request for this item to be pulled for conversation, and that was reflective of the updated use motion. That was the organization that requested the conversation.
Excellent. Thank you. Sean, do we have any? I want to thank everybody that communicated on this project. Sean, do we have any callers for this item at this time?
Chairman, there's currently no one in the queue, so we'll take a pause here in case anyone is watching live and things are just a bit behind to give them a chance to call in, and I'll check back in with you in just a minute.
Excellent. We'll take a brief time. We'll take a minute or two to take a brief moment.
Chairman, we do not have any callers in the queue for this item.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. And I did not see the, well, seeing none, seeing nobody, how about, I'm not sure if the developer would like to add anything in the rebuttal, since we didn't have any other discussion. Any other comments?
No, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate your time, and I'll be available with any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I did not see, so it's time for the council member. I did not see Director or Lisa. I didn't see the councilman on the call. So we are.
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa. I do not see the council member on the call, but I will note that he did request that we send the bill over, and so that will be filed this week.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that update. And so we'll go ahead and close this item for public hearing, and we'll let's try this instead of going through all of the commissioners. This seems like we've considered this item before, I believe, too, or we've seen it. So maybe I'll try, instead of recognizing every commissioner, why don't we, is there discussion from the commissioners? If you'll raise your hand or verbally state that you'd like to discuss it. Council Lady Murphy? I see your hand raised.
Thank you. I was looking through the staff report, but could staff just remind me, is the SP currently in place, is that all residential? I was trying to look for what other uses are part of the SP that's existing, or is there any office space, or is it commercial, or is it all residential?
No, it permits a mixture of residential units and non-residential uses. So right now, the non-residential uses are clustered in the area that says commercial core. That the diagonal line is the county line. Williamson County is to the right of that line, and Davidson is to the left. So the non-residential uses are kind of clustered around the county line.
And do we know if those are office space or if it's retail or a mixture?
It permits office and or commercial. So it's a little bit of both. I think there's some restaurants in there right now. And I'm not sure if any office uses have gone in yet, but it would permit both. It permits anything under an ULA.
Okay, thank you. That will be helpful for later conversation at council. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? If the commissioners would raise your hands on the app or verbally state you'd like to speak. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
I make an.
All right. Commissioner Tibbs makes a motion to approve. Commissioner Johnson, would you like to second that?
I'd like to second.
Thank you. Proper motion and second. Any other discussion? Please raise your hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. Seeing none, we're ready to vote for approval for item number 38. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
And the ayes have it, and 38 is approved. We're on to item number 39, which is for the presentation. I think Logan is doing it, I believe. Logan? Logan, you're still on mute, I'm showing here. You need to unmute yourself. There we go.
Okay,
Logan?
can you hear me now, Commissioner?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Logan Elliott, and I'll be presenting item 39 tonight. Item 39 is a request to amend the entitlements of a specific plan zoning district. Next slide, please. The request is to amend a specific plan to modify the permitted uses and update the site plan. Next slide, please. The staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next slide, please. The site is currently zoned specific plan and currently permits over 200,000 square feet of office and over 100,000 square feet of retail / restaurant / grocery uses and 107 hotel rooms. The plan proposed design standards to ensure quality urban development. Immediately to the east of the greenway that runs along the eastern boundary of the site is the Neuhoff mixed-use SP. To the south on 2nd Avenue is the LC Germantown mixed-use development that has already been constructed. Across 2nd Avenue here is the boundary of the Germantown Historic Preservation District. So the site is not within the Germantown Historic Preservation District and does not fall under the design guidelines of that district. Next slide, please. The subject site is centrally located in the urban mixed-use land use policy. The Neuhoff site to the east has a supplemental policy that permits punctuations of building height when accompanied with preservation and incorporation of historical structures, and this site is not within that supplemental policy. Next slide, please. This application proposes to amend the specific plan to permit a mixed-use development containing 232,000 square feet of non-residential uses and 280 multifamily residential units. A portion of the existing industrial building is proposed to be repurposed as a mixed-use / brewery space. Additionally, 2 new mixed-use buildings are proposed with a building form and intensity that is consistent with the current SP entitlements. The parking for this development is proposed to be provided underground, and the garage is accessed via 2nd Avenue. The urban design standards that are being included with this SP are consistent with the urban design standards that were included with the that are included with the currently approved SP. The applicant has also provided street sections for the 3 street frontages that this site has, and these sections are consistent with the major and collector street plan, as well as the street sections of the adjacent SPs. Next slide, please. A key consideration for this SP is how the project addresses the adjacent greenway. Here we see a rendering of the proposed development, and near in this picture is the industrial building that is proposed to be repurposed with an active space that engages the greenway with outdoor seating and glazing on the building. The mixed-use building to the south that is proposed also engages the greenway with private residential porches and glazing on the building. The plan also proposes a pedestrian bridge spanning from the interior courtyard of this development to the Neuhoff SP site to the east. The bridge is proposed to be private. Metro Greenways to identify several conditions of approval that will ensure that the development as proposed will benefit the greenway and will not impede the right-of-way in any way. Next slide, please. Staff recommends approval with conditions and disapprove without all conditions, and I am happy to answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. I appreciate that. We'll open this item for public hearing. Sean, is the applicant on the line?
Chairman, you do have representatives for the applicant, and they are unmuted and able to speak.
All right, I want to welcome the applicant. If you have 10 minutes to speak, you can save 2 minutes of the 10 for rebuttal. Welcome. You can start speaking, and please state your name and address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jim Irwin. I'm the president of New City, and I live at 840 Glenbrook Drive in Atlanta, Georgia, 30318. And before I start, I just want to thank you and the council for your consideration, and the staff who's worked incredibly hard with us on our application. This has been an incredibly exciting addition to our work at Neuhoff. As most of you know, New City is the developer who's also taking on the adaptive reuse and preservation of the Neuhoff packing plant. And the genesis of this project, of our acquisition of this site on 2nd Avenue, was to reconfigure the site so that it seamlessly blended in with all the work that we're doing across the Greenway on the other side. So the intent is really to create a design district where both projects flow seamlessly together and utilize the Greenway in a really incredible way. So we've hired a world-class architect, a group called Morris Adjmi and Associates, who's done a lot of work on the High Line, and so they're very familiar and accustomed to working and really blending public and private spaces together. And that was a huge focus of ours with the bridge and addressing the Greenway. I also should mention that we've had a number of really great meetings with the historic Germantown Neighborhood Association, as well as Cindy Harrison, who's the director of the Greenways, and just feel really, really good about all of the sort of public and private improvements that we're going to make. One thing, I think Logan mentioned this, but I don't know if everyone heard this or not. He cut out on my call, and he was talking about the bridge across the Greenway. Our intent is that along with all of the open spaces would be completely available to the public, so they are publicly accessible all the time, but privately maintained. So it's an improvement that we're proposing to connect both of the spaces together, make it fully publicly available. So that the idea is that you can literally be biking along 2nd Avenue or running or jogging or walking, and then literally go all the way to the river unimpeded in public space. So it's an exciting design that we're incredibly proud of and anxious to get going so that we can bring it to the community. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and we'll save 2 minutes for rebuttal. I believe you have plenty of time. And so now we are ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. Your screen should show the call in. Please call in now. You don't need to wait to be placed into the queue. As a reminder, please only call on the current case. When you begin your testimony, state your name, address, and whether you support or oppose the item. We're not able to display the timer, as I said earlier. But Sean will give you a 30-second warning verbally once you used 1.5 minutes. And so as we wait for callers to call in, Lisa, did we receive any emails on this item?
Hi, Chairman. We received a letter of support from Councilmember O'Connell. We did not receive any other communications.
Okay, thank you. Sean, do we have any callers for this particular item?
Chairman, we do not currently have any callers in the queue, so we'll take a brief pause to see if anyone's trying to reach us, and then I'll check back in.
Thank you, Sean. We'll take a brief moment.
Chairman, we do not have any callers in the queue for this item.
All right. We don't have any calls. And so the applicant can use 2 minutes for rebuttal, but I'm not sure if the applicant wants to speak anymore. Applicant, are you good?
I think so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think the councilman is on the line, but he did send a letter. So let me check, though. I don't see him on the line. So we'll close this item for public hearing. And how about we try it again, since they're instead of me calling on every commissioner, let's try to see if there's any discussion on this item. If the commissioners would raise their hand, and I'll just call on you in order that you raise your hand in your app. And Council Lady Murphy, your hand is raised. You're recognized.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm being chatty tonight. I just wanted to thank the developers for putting and showing more of the emphasis of the Greenway. Having spent 4 years on the Greenway Commission prior to this, this is the type of development partnerships that we need along the greenways that have yet to be developed and are developing. So I think that's important, and I look forward to discussing greenways more with the commission later. Thanks.
So I too think that's a great addition. I appreciate those comments, Council Lady. After our discussion of greenways on the last commission call, and we can go through this at the end of the discussion tonight, but I've asked, I feel like as you all know me, I've been a councilman a long time ago, and greenways were always a discussion back then. I think we've made some really great progress on greenways, but I think that it's something that we could do better. And quite frankly, as you all heard, the developer is from Atlanta, and I'm not sure if any of you have been to Atlanta and experienced their greenway, which is an urban greenway, which is one of their greenways is huge. And it's really something that is a highlight of that city. And so the Director Kempf and I talked out, and I appreciate the council because she really brought it to my attention and got me thinking. And so the director and I discussed it, and I asked the director to do more of this with the council lady and the council and us. And I just want to thank Council Lady Murphy for really calling this out. And so thank you, council lady, for that. Any other discussion? If you'll raise your hand or verbally, Commissioner Johnson, I see your hand is raised. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I think because this development design is so well done, and I think everybody agree on, so there's nothing for us to add on. But at the same time, I think developer and staff deserve the recognition, and especially really appreciate, public-private partnership, and private developer maintain the bridge and then give public access, and would love to see this kind of cooperation more to come. And I really want to thank everybody involved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? Would someone, seeing no discussion? I don't see any other hands being raised. So how about a motion from the council lady? Council Lady Murphy?
Sure. I move to approve the staff recommendation.
That's a proper motion. And then Commissioner Gobble?
Second.
It's a proper second. Any other discussion? If you would raise your hand in the app or verbally state that you would like to speak. And I don't see any hands being raised in the app or anybody talking up. So we have a proper motion and second, and we are seeing no other discussion. We're ready to do roll call vote. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Ayes have it. And That item 39 is approved. We're now on to item 41, which is for the presentation. Amelia, are you on the line? Awesome.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, please go.
Okay. Great. Item 41. It is a request for a preliminary SP. Next slide, please. The request is to rezone from shopping center to SP to permit an animal boarding facility, dog kennel, and all uses permitted within the existing SBR zoning. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next slide, please. So I put an aerial in. The site is highlighted in blue on your screen. It is an existing shopping center. Hillsborough Pike is off the side of the screen. On the left, the site is located at the end tenant of an existing strip development. And next slide, please. So the site is located on the east side of Hillsborough Pike, south of Hillsborough Pike and Richard Jones Road. As shown on the previous slide, the area for that would be permitted within the SP would just be a portion of the existing shopping center. This SP would permit kennel and animal boarding facility uses in addition to all the uses of SBR, which is the existing zoning on site and the zoning of the properties along Hillsborough Pike. The site is also located within the Hillsborough Pike UDO. These properties along Hillsborough Pike are primarily commercial in nature. The properties to the east and south of the site are zones 1 and 2 family residential, as well as multifamily residential, and have been developed with residential uses. Next slide, please. So this is a regulatory SP, meaning there is no plan for the SP. It just permits certain uses within the area of the existing building to, in this case, to permit all the underlying uses of SBR as well as dog kennel and animal boarding facilities. Next slide, please. The proposed additional uses are not permitted within the existing zoning district. This SP would permit additional uses of kennels and animal boarding facilities. In some zoning districts, kennels are classified as a use requiring a special exception, meaning that they need to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals prior to establishing a kennel. A kennel is not a use permitted by special exception within the SBR zoning district. When kennels are approved through the special exception process, 200 feet is required between kennels and residential uses. This standard also applies to animal boarding facilities, which are permitted in some zoning districts as well as permitted with conditions in other zoning districts. These standards, such as the 200-foot distance requirement, is intended to minimize potential impacts on surrounding properties. In this case, the proposed use is in an existing building, and is approximately located 130 feet from residential units to the east and to the south. In an attempt to reduce noise, there will be no outdoor play area for the animals. Next slide, please. The policy on the site is regional center policy, which is intended to support land uses that create opportunities to live, work, and play, and create centers that serve a larger area, including with commercial uses. This would be a use going into an existing commercial building along an existing commercial corridor, which has already been established with many commercial uses. The proposed use contributes to the goal of policy to create uses that serve surrounding neighborhoods and the residents who live in them. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And we'll open this item for public hearing. And Sean is the applicant on the line.
Chairman, you have representatives of the applicant, and they are unmuted and able to speak.
All right. You've got the applicant has 10 minutes to speak, and you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. You're recognized. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Adam Sager at Dale & Associates, 516 Header Place. Really appreciate everyone's service on holding these meetings virtually. This item is somewhat unique from most of the items we typically present in that we really aren't proposing anything physical on the property. It's strictly a use type of item. And as mentioned, the property is currently zoned SCR. It's an existing commercial building on Hillsborough Road, kind of in the heart of Green Hills area. Our client, Dogtopia, is an upscale doggy daycare, and they do have another location in Nashville already. They came to terms on leasing an existing space within this building, and then they contacted us because they wanted to make sure that the use can be supported in SCR. And so, honestly, personally, I thought it would be fine, and that's really just based upon its location in a heavy commercial area. And while some other similar uses are allowed, the exact uses of animal boarding facility or dog kennel are not permitted in that zoning district today. Also, as a side note, I think worth mentioning, and this is me just deducing this from observation, as a resident of Nashville over the last 12 years, it does seem like I see more and more folks in urban settings walking their dogs. We've seen this in many projects we've worked on over the years where a developer is installing dog parks rather than other traditional amenities. An easy example is down there at the Nashville Fairgrounds, where a large new dog park was installed on the corner of Craighead and Bransford. We're close to there. I drive past there. It's got folks there quite a bit. I only mention this because it does appear that the amount of urban residents having dogs as pets has increased a bunch over the last 10 years. And so the need to care for their pets has also increased. And again, this is just me totally speculating, but I wonder if the uses of animal boarding facility or dog kennel aren't permitted in this zoning, and it's not a permitted use because maybe it's just a bit outdated. I remember taking our dogs to a kennel when I was a kid. Yes, there were certainly barking dogs, and it did smell a bit. However, in today's market, with the increase of demand of pets, especially dogs as pets, I think these facilities have been forced to mitigate these nuisances that were previously associated with them. And that speaks true of Dogtopia as well. This will be an entirely indoor facility. I think that's important to note. It will be specifically built out to eliminate noises and smells to the outside environment. We certainly recognize that these nuisances may be a concern to surrounding properties, so we made an effort to notify and inform the neighbors, coordinated with Councilman Pulley, and we sort of put out an open community meeting, if you will. With COVID, meeting in person wasn't an option, so we took a video presentation. The councilman put it out in his mailer, and we put our contact information out there for anyone to contact us or the councilman on the project. We did hear back from one neighbor concerned that the dogs might bark when going from the car to the building itself. We certainly appreciate that concern. However, I think when weighed against what all the other uses could be, I think it's relatively minor in context with the benefit that it could provide to the surrounding people and the doggy daycare. I don't know if everyone is aware of that the space is currently zoned to allow quite a number of more intense commercial uses. A few of these just going straight off of the SCR that you could do today. Auto service, auto sales, bar or nightclub, beer and cigarette market, flea market, grocery store, hotel, liquor sales, restaurant, retail, vehicle rental. That's just a few of them. And again, this is certainly not meant as a list of items that would actually go in here if this request was denied. I'm just simply trying to illustrate that this building is in a more intense commercial zoning, and that the use of a doggy daycare wouldn't warrant more intensity or traffic than what could already go in there today. And finally, just to touch upon the SP, some of you may wonder why SP and not do a straight zoning request. Quite simply, we didn't want to disrupt what's already in existence. The building's been there for a number of years. It has many tenants with various uses. It's very important that we don't affect the existing landowner and all the tenants already there. And so the SP provides a useful tool where we can keep all the existing uses and facets of the STR zoning. And the only change this SP proposes is to simply allow the additional use of animal boarding facility and dog kennel. So with that, I respectfully ask for a recommendation of approval per staff's recommendation, and I reserve 2 minutes of my time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sean, did he have 2 minutes left for rebuttal?
Chairman, he does, so we will reserve 2 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you. And I appreciate the presentation. So now it's time to open this item for public hearing. Oh, we already did that. I apologize. So at this time, we are ready to take calls from the members of the public who wish to call in, and your phone number to call in should be on your screen now. Please call in. You don't need to wait to be placed into the queue. Once you call, you'll be placed in there. And like I said, on the previous case, when you begin your testimony, please state your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes. And Sean will let you know verbally when you have 30 seconds left. So while we wait for the callers to get into the queue, Lisa, were there any emails on this particular item?
Hi, Chairman. We received 11 emails in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Did we get an email from or a letter from the council member?
Hi, Chair. I believe the council member sent a email when this was set to last appear on the agenda, and he did not state a position.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Sean, do we have any callers on this item?
Chairman, we do have callers in the queue, so we will begin placing the first caller in now. And while Patrick is getting them on the line, I will remind folks who are calling in to make sure if you're live streaming the meeting to mute it behind you so that you don't get an echo and we don't get an echo. So we'll get the first caller lined up to place them in the meeting now.
Thank you, Sean.
And Chairman, you have the first caller.
Okay, welcome to the call, and you have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your position and your name and address.
All right, good evening. My name is Charles Walker, and I reside at 1925B Warfield Drive. I'm in strong opposition in this case for the Dogtopia here in Green Hills, and my main points center around 3 things. First, the increased traffic flow that will come from this in an already super saturated area makes absolutely no sense. I live on Warfield, which has been featured several times in local media as the poster child for a less than pedestrian friendly neighborhood, despite our close proximity to all of the things that we want to live, play, and work with here in Green Hills. Without addressing the infrastructure first, we shouldn't be putting overlays and exceptions into place that don't allow the people who actually live here and work here to enjoy the benefits of doing that. As the proponent is minimizing the smell and the sound and talking about it being a completely indoor facility, I'd like to point out that the exceptions that are that would have to be made would be within the 200 feet restriction on two sides with residential homes. That makes no sense and certainly is not in conformity with, at least as I read the T5 RG policy, for promoting pedestrian-friendly areas as being one of the primary concerns. Secondarily, the timing of when that facility would be used would be in the mornings and the afternoons when people like me are already dodging cars because we're having to jog in the streets or walk our dogs. So to minimize the impact of this is really very, very...
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
This would impact our neighborhood significantly. And with the number of opposition, I just think we need to look at this without infrastructure first. We need to slow down on making exceptions. I thank you for your time, and I hope that the commission will do the right thing and not approve this because it is a significant change. That shopping center is virtually vacant now with occupants, so it won't be the first. This will be the first of many exceptions as that occupancy level drops. And I assure you, it will drop if people have to put their establishments next to the...
Caller, your time has expired. Please finish your thought.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
And Chairman, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome to the call. You've got 2 minutes. Please state your name and address and welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is David Gazarian. I live at 1924 Warfield Drive, and I'm also opposed to this Dogtopia going in this property. I actually, when we're talking about the proximity of properties, when we say 130 feet, I believe I'm the house that's directly 130 feet closest to this property that's in question. And I just feel all these properties that you notice on Warfield are new. One of the reasons my wife and I purchased this property was because of the local businesses in proximity to us. Having that said that, if we had known prior that there was a Dogtopia or a kennel that was going to be directly behind our house, it would have significantly affected our decision in purchasing this home. And I feel like that is going to be the case for many other people that are potential buyers in this community. And that's why I feel that it's going to negatively affect the property values. So that's one of my main concerns. The other concern is just the stigma of having a dog kennel directly behind your house, which coincides again with that. I also agree with the additional traffic this will cause. Warfield has become a cut-through for a lot of commercial, and not only commercial, but just people trying to get back and forth to work. It's kind of a cut-through, and the traffic is already exceeding what it should probably be for a residential street. So I'm concerned.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
And again, just where I am in proximity, directly 130 feet behind, I have a direct visual of this, and it's not something that I want to see behind my house. I know property owners that are direct neighbors of myself that are active with the animal community, and they're also strongly opposed to this as well. So thanks for hearing my comments. I appreciate that, and hope that will make an impact on the decision.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chairman, there are no additional callers in the queue.
All right, thank you, Sean. And we are ready for a 2-minute rebuttal from the applicant.
Are you ready for me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, just making sure I wasn't on mute. Yes, thank you. I understand the neighbors' concerns. As for the traffic, both of them mentioned traffic. I also read the emails that were posted. It appears that out of the 6 or 8 emails that I saw, about half of them were the exact same email, just copied and pasted. So hopefully I can address most of these concerns in one. The SP proposal doesn't change the physical building, the parking, the drives in any way. And I would argue that the amount of traffic produced by this use would be much less than is already allowed there today, such as a restaurant or a grocery store or other higher traffic uses. And so today, even besides this SP, you could have a restaurant go in and probably have a lot more traffic than what the dog kennel would be. The owner, I thought, was going to get on and call. She represents Dogtopia. They have shown me their facilities. They have hallways around the perimeter. The dogs are on the inside. They have special venting and walls that get built so that it controls the noise completely from the outside. And all of the, I don't know how else to say it, all the dogs go into the bathroom is all controlled internally. They don't go outside. And so the smells, they wash their dogs, all of that happens internally. And so I hope that helps address and mitigate some of the concerns. And I don't know of anything else to say. So I'm here if you all have any other further questions about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see the councilman on the call, so I want to make sure. Nope, I don't see the councilman on the call. So we'll close the public hearing, and we are now ready for the commissioners. Commissioner Blackshear, discussion.
Yes. This is an interesting item. I bet everyone on the commission is really familiar with this intersection, this area, because it is such a popular area in town. Traffic is certainly a legitimate concern, but as staff has pointed out, I think in their analysis, and also as the applicant said, I mean, this area already allows for high intense retail and commercial uses. So I'm not sure that having this facility permitted pursuant to the SP increases traffic more than the uses that are already allowed there. So I certainly understand the concern about traffic, but it's just, I mean, this is a commercial area already. So even if it's not occupied right now, I mean, certainly the uses that are permitted there are going to be uses that will bring in traffic. Some of the emails maybe talked about the noise coming from the dogs outside, and as the applicant said, there's not going to be an outdoor play area, which should obviously mitigate the noise and smell of the facility. And I don't know how much you can hear from outside of the building, but the applicant has indicated that the developer will have noise muffling, I guess, materials in the space. I'm not sure if that is a condition to the approval, and I'm not sure if that's a proper condition to add. I do take the applicant at his word to say that that will go in, but maybe if it's a proper condition to add in this SP, perhaps that can be added. I'm not sure, since it's an existing building, SP deals with just adding the uses, but perhaps that's something that could be added to mitigate some of the neighbors' concerns. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good point. Commissioner Gobble.
Well, I totally agree with Commissioner Blackshear. I think if there's a way to add that condition, I'd feel a lot better about it. I do, as an urban resident with a dog, can tell you there's over 2,000 dogs living downtown by some count that somebody did. And, you know, these are big. I do think it's worth noting that I think there's an apartment complex new right beside this thing to the north of it. Might ask staff about that. Is that right?
Maybe Lisa has the answer to that.
Yeah, right there.
Commissioner Gobble, I believe this might show the perspective that you were wanting to show.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I do think that the noise mitigation and smell mitigation, if at all possible, needs to be part of any approval. I'll listen to the other commissioners, but it's kind of where I think that we need to add that if we can.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with previous commissioners as far as traffic is concerned, because base zoning is already a shopping center, so all other intense commercial use is already allowed. So in that traffic point of view, I agree. So my perspective is, so if this application were to go to BZA, so applicant will be asking special exception. So special exception other than base zoning, so their requirement is 200 feet from existing residential zoning. So that if we were to allow this SP, that will reduce 130 feet. So to me, when Board of Zoning approve a variance, they based on hardship. So I've been thinking, so it's hardship. Yes, it's already building, it's existed and already, so they cannot move the building 7 feet away. So therefore, that's the hardship. But at the same time, I've been thinking, yes, if this applicant, they do have choice to not to go to this particular building. They could choose other location which is away from residential zoning. So it seems to me it more like hardship is self-inflicted, self-created hardship. And also, I don't like the idea of one of the conditions, because that's deprive dogs to have opportunity to play outside. I mean, I'm a dog person, so I understand now new facility, state of the art, and all the noise mitigation and smell mitigation is improved compared to years ago. However, as a dog's mental and physical health point of view, it really helpful to have opportunity to not only inside to encounter with other dogs, but actually outside run with other dogs. That's why dog park is more popular. So for that point of view, with granting special exception, reducing 200 feet to 130 feet, I do have great concern. But I'm willing to listen to other commissioners.
Councilor Murphy.
Thank you. I share some of the concerns that Commissioner Johnson just voiced. I can't imagine taking it. I mean, I'm sure that urban dog daycares and other places are situated like this where dogs can't go outside, but I don't feel like that is, and this is probably outside of our land use perspective, but the thought of basically taking your dog to somewhere where they aren't going to go outside at all day is troublesome for me as a dog lover. I do not think that there is great access to this property. There's never been great access to this property. The fact that they have an outlet into a residential area, a commercial building into a residential area, is concerning to me. I'm very familiar with the site. I used to shop there and went to Hillsborough High School. So, it's just traffic issues in this area are a problem all the way around. But then putting dogs in a parking lot with traffic issues just compounds that problem. I'm also just feeling like this is trying to squeeze something in that doesn't necessarily fit here, and I think it is a workaround the restrictions and regulations that would be put on any other dog spa, dog kennel, or what have you. And so I'm not sure that. I guess what I'm saying is I don't like SPs being used as a workaround, something that others would be required to do in a similar setting. And so I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to support this rezone based on the continuation of traffic issues and that this is simply a workaround of other
requirements in the code. And I just don't think it fits here. I think that there are other options, other locations. If it wasn't backed up to a residential area, I might feel differently. But at this time, I don't think I can get on board with this.
Commissioner Tibbs?
Well, I guess what I did was I was looking at their other location just to kind of get a feel for how they do their Dogtopias. So I definitely understand the communities, the people on Warfield that spoke. It has become a really congested area. It is a pass-through. More than anything, I wish there were sidewalks, but that I don't live there, but I just see people doing that. It has nothing to do with the Dogtopia. But anyway, I don't feel like, though, that from a traffic standpoint, it's gonna really change it any. I think any business that goes in there is gonna be the same traffic impact. So I don't feel like that's a good something that I could use as a reason to not approve it. The first thing I thought about was what the last Councilman Murphy and Commissioner Johnson brought up was the being outside. It does seem like typically the ones I have seen, and I'm not a dog person, by the way, but I typically see something where they are have some type of outside, use. However, because I'm not a dog person, I don't want to try to speak that what could work or not work. I wondered if maybe the applicant could show, maybe if they did what Dogtopia looks like, and maybe it actually is a better system than we think it is. Like I said, I'm just looking at their website. But anyway, I'm not opposed to it, honestly. I think if people that know dogs, and I'm assuming Dogtopia does, and that this type of enclosed environment works, then I could be okay with it. I don't think it's going to impact the traffic and the other issues as much as probably maybe others.
Chairman, it looks like you're muted. I just wanted to make sure that that if you're speaking, there isn't a technical issue. It looks like you're muted, Chair. Let's see, Chairman, I'm still not able to hear you. Give me one moment and I will text. Give us one moment, guys. Okay, the chairman's experiencing some technical difficulties, so just give us a moment. To CTS folks, Charda, can you see anything technically going on with the chair's connection? Is there anything on your end that you can see?
Lucy, this is Sean and Sade in the call center, and I think what she's seeing is that he is not connected to audio in any fashion at the moment. And maybe he's lost his connection to the meeting entirely. So we will we'll give it a minute. He is welcome to contact us directly here if he needs our help.
Okay, we're texting. Just give me one moment. These are the pleasures of running remote meetings, so just stand by. We appreciate everyone's patience. May I ask you and Sade, if he has become disconnected, is it better for him to hang up and call back in, or what advice do y'all have?
Well, Lucy, it looks like he has rejoined the meeting, but he is muted in WebEx, so we can unmute him, but we don't usually like to do that unless we're sure the other person is ready. But he could unmute himself if he has made it back to connection.
Okay, so he's working on it. Apparently he's having a power issue. So let's just, I tell you, perhaps it would be appropriate to just take a 5-minute break. We used to take short breaks, so everybody stretch for a moment, and we'll come back at 6:38. Does that sound? I'm not even going to ask. Y'all take a break. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Marathon meetings now and don't take breaks.
Yeah, we probably should. So I apologize for that.
I'm out looking for the pizza.
Right.
Okay. So where did we leave off at, Director?
Okay, so you had gotten feedback from Commissioner Tibbs and before him Murphy, and so I'm just looking through the commissioners. I believe you spoke to everyone, but I might ask the commissioners, if you didn't speak, to raise your hand, but I think you got to everyone on this one.
Yeah, I think I did too. Okay. All right. Well, perfect. We'll start in a minute then. Thank you, Director. So should we get back at it, I guess? Let's see if everybody's on the line. Commissioner Blackshear, are you there?
I'm here.
Commissioner Gobble?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner, Council Lady Murphy?
Here.
All right, Commissioner Tibbs?
I'm here.
All right, well, let's get back at it. So I think everyone has spoken for discussion. So we'll need a motion from someone. We're on the motion. So if you would raise your hand or verbally like to make a motion of some type. Commissioner Gobble, you're recognized.
We didn't really answer the question. Can we put a condition about soundproofing?
Let's ask our legal counsel, Mr. Poole, or the director, or...
Yes, you can, and if commission wants to move in that direction, I think we have some proposed language that we could go with if you want to entertain that.
Well, since Commissioner Gobble asked, what would the proposed language be?
Something along the lines of, with final site plan and building permit submittal, the applicant shall identify noise mitigating construction materials and features of the building design.
All right, Commissioner Gobble, it sounds like it's appropriate.
That works for me. With that additional condition, I recommend approval of staff's recommendation.
All right, that's a proper motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Blackshear?
Second motion.
That's a proper second. Is there discussion? If you would raise your hand or verbally state that you want to discuss. Seeing no other discussion, we're on roll call. Commissioner Blackshear?
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Councilor Murphy,
No.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4 ayes, 2 against, and it is adopted with the condition. We are now on to item number 43, I believe. Let me check. Yes. We are on to item number 43, and I believe Mr. Swagger's going to do it. Jason, are you on the? Are you ready? Jason, you have to unmute your line. There you go. Jason? Director, we can't hear Jason or Sean.
Can you hear
Chairman?
me?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I guess I should start over.
Yes, start over, please.
Okay. This is item 43. It is a request to create 25 single-family lots. Next slide. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Next slide. The approximately 7-acre site is located in Antioch at the southwest corner of Reeves Road and Payne Road. A CSX rail line runs along the western site boundary, and I-24 is further to the west. In 2015, the commission approved the concept plan for 24 lots on the site. The approval has since expired. The plan was pretty much the same layout, but includes one less lot. Next slide. The base zoning is RS75, and the site is also within the Payne Road Urban Design Overlay. Next slide. The overlay was approved in 2017 and includes standards pertaining to all the elements noted on the slide. All the elements are applied at the permit stage. While these standards don't specifically apply to the concept plan, our review does take these requirements into account to ensure that the lot layout will not make it difficult to meet the overlay requirements at the permit stage. Next slide. This is the proposed concept plan. It calls for 25 new single-family lots. There is an existing home on the site, and it is incorporated into Lot 14. Lots range in size between a little over 7,500 square feet and up to 23,000 square feet. Lots 1 and 2 share a single drive to Reeves Road, and the remaining 23 lots have direct access to Payne Road. A 5-foot wide sidewalk and 4-foot wide planting strip is shown along Reeves Road and Payne Road. Next slide. As outlined in the staff report, the concept plan meets all minimum standards of the subdivision regulations, zoning code, and is in keeping with the Payne Road Urban Design Overlay. Next slide. Since the proposed 25-lot single-family concept plan is consistent with all applicable regulations, staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And so now we'll open this item for public hearing. And Sean is the applicant on the line.
Yes.
Chairman, we do have, yep, you've got them. There you go.
Okay, well, you have 10 minutes and you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. Please state your name and address and go ahead.
Hi, my name is John Goff with PDR Engineers, 2000 Lindale Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. As Jason indicated, we're requesting a new single-family 25-lot subdivision. There's one existing home on the site that will remain. Improvements include a widening of both Payne Road and Reeves Road, installation of curb and gutter along both, 4-foot green space, 5-foot sidewalk. The lots are typically going to be 50 to 180 to 190 feet deep. The owner indicated that what he wishes to do is build a multi-story units on them. Areas are going to be approximately 11 to 1,200 to 1,800 square feet. Stormwater will be treated along the western property line. The site is currently used with a sanitary sewer that is provided. Water is also provided along the street along Reeves Road and Payne Road. The other improvement is a stormwater collection system along both Reeves Road and along Payne Road. And I would like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, sir. We'll do that. We appreciate that. And so now we are ready to, at this time, take calls from the public who wish to call in. Your screens should show the number, and so please call in. You don't have to wait until another speaker's over. When you call in, we'll put you in the queue, so it's better to call in so you can be in order. As a reminder, only call in on the current case. When you begin your testimony, please state your name and your address and your position. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and Sean will verbally let you know when you have 30 seconds left. And she'll also let you know when your time is up. And so we apologize for interrupting you for that, but that's the only way we can do it on this system. So I appreciate that. So while we wait for people to call in, let's hear from Lisa on the emails. Have we received any emails on this issue?
Hi, Chairman. We received one comment in opposition.
Okay, thank you. And Sean, do we have any callers?
Chairman, we do not currently have any callers, so we'll take a brief pause in case folks are trying to reach us, and then I'll check back in.
Thank you.
Chairman, we do not have any callers in the queue for this item.
Okay, thank you. So I'm assuming the applicant doesn't want to use any more speaking time, or you can if you'd like. 2 minutes?
No.
Okay, and I did not see Council Lady Vercher, so we'll close this item for public hearing. And Commissioner Tibbs, you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I think it's, I don't really have a problem with it. It seems like it's the lot sizes, there are a couple that are a little smaller. While we're just talking real quick, what is the size of lot number 23 and, some of the thinner lots there? This is a question to staff.
Lisa or Director?
Jason, can you jump in and provide Commissioner Tibbs with the lot sizes for 21, 22, 23?
Yes, hold on 1 second so I can get that information.
I guess what I was getting at, just, it seems to comply with the policy in that area. I was a little concerned about just a straight run, but I think actually that might work better in many ways. And it seems like it has an access that works. So, generally speaking, I don't see a problem with it. Unless the lot sizes on my scale is way off on it. But once I hear that, we can move on to the next commissioner.
Commissioner, the lot sizes for lot 22 and 23 are a little over 22,000 square feet.
What about the width? Sorry, Jason.
All of the lots are 50 feet wide or greater.
Oh, they are? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you had said that. My apologies. Okay.
That's at a 1 in 100 scale, so it may look a little small on the screen.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Jason. Anything else, Commissioner Tibbs? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Council Lady Murphy?
It's pretty straightforward and looks pretty much pretty good on this one. So I don't think I have any questions at this time.
All right, Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Tibbs' question because I was just wondering frontage was how wide it is. So just to reaffirm and confirm with the staff, with this frontage is 50 feet. So that will meet the standard subdivision standard for whatever the reason it was dropped when we were updated. So it meets that old standards, doesn't it?
Hi, Commissioner. This is Lisa. There's not currently a required lot width in the subdivision regulations. However, these lots are 50 feet in width, which is a pretty standard lot width for single family lots. Additionally, we ensured that the lots were of a width that they would be able to meet the standards of the urban design overlay that's placed on this property.
Okay, thank you. So one additional question is because this property is adjacent to CSX Railroad, and so it has a CSX Railroad easement. So I'm pretty sure we are, or developer, property owner are okay to place stormwater treatment area within that easement area.
Hi, Commissioner. The stormwater treatment is not located within a CSX easement. It's outside of the easement areas located on the lot. The only thing that our subdivision requires when there's a railroad is that there be additional setback, but the stormwater treatment is not within a CSX easement.
Great, thank you. No further question.
Commissioner Gobble.
I don't have a problem with it. I agree with Commissioner Tibbs.
All right, Commissioner Blackshear.
No comments.
All right, we'll need a motion, Commissioner. Commissioner Tibbs, you want to make a motion?
Yep, I was getting my hand up. Yes, I make a motion to approve with staff recommendations and with conditions.
Proper motion, and is there a second? Council Lady, you want a second?
Second.
All right, proper motion and second. Any other discussion? If you'll raise your hand or verbally state you want to discuss. Seeing none, no other discussion, we'll do roll call for approval. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy. Council Lady Murphy. She made the second.
Sorry, yes, aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it, and item 43 is adopted. Item 45. We're ready for the presentation. I think it's Abby.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, go ahead.
All right. Item 45 is the Millwood Commons Phase 1A and Phase 1B revision and final site plan. Next slide. This is a request to revise the preliminary plan and for final site plan approval for a portion of a planned unit development overlay for property located at 1430 Bell Road and a portion of property located at 900 Brittany Park Drive, zoned RS 7.5 to permit additional parking. Next slide. The site comprises approximately 16.84 acres and is located on the south side of Bell Road, west of Blue Hole Road. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions approve with conditions. Next slide. The site is shaded in gray on the screen and is within a planned unit development overlay. The overall PUD boundary is outlined in red on the screen. Next slide. The Millwood Commons PUD consists of approximately 159 acres. The original PUD was approved by council in 1996 and included 1,024 residential units, including a mix of single-family and multifamily units. The plan was revised in 2007 to reduce the number of units to 1,000 total residential dwelling units. And in 2015, Phase 1A was approved for a revision and final site plan for 202 multifamily units, which has since been built. In 2018, Phase 1B was approved for a final site plan for 256 multifamily units, which are currently under construction. This request is for approval of a revision to the preliminary and for final site plan approval for Phase 1A and a portion of Phase 1B. Next slide. This slide provides another view of the site, which is outlined in blue. The remaining portion of the PUD extends off the page to the south and east. The Phase 1 and 1B boundary is identified near the bottom left corner. Next slide. So the current request is for approval of a revision to the preliminary plan and for final site plan approval to permit additional parking spaces in phases 1A and 1B. The proposed revision will result in 35 additional parking spaces located in and around the existing surface parking areas as identified on the screen. The majority of the new spaces will be located within Phase 1A, which is already developed, and approximately 8 new spaces will extend into a small portion of Phase 1B near the western property line. No changes are proposed on the remaining portion of Phase 1B. Next slide. Section 17.40.120G permits the Planning Commission to approve minor modifications under certain conditions. Staff has reviewed the proposed plans and find the revisions to be consistent with the standards for approving minor modifications to a PUD. The revised plan is consistent with the concept of the plan approved by Metro Council. No changes are proposed to the basic development concept, the acreage within the PUD, or the underlying zoning. Next slide. The revised plan meets the conditions for Planning Commission approval of modifications to a master development plan. Therefore, staff recommendation is to approve with conditions.
Thank you. And so now we are ready to open the item up for public hearing. And Sean, is the applicant on the line?
Yes, this is Philip Piercy with Catalyst Design Group.
Awesome. Excellent. Welcome. And you'll have 10 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address, and then for the record, and then you can save 2 minutes of the 10 for rebuttal. Go ahead.
All right. Philip Piercy with Catalyst Design Group, 5100 Tennessee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37209. This is a fairly simple request. I hope the existing complex there has been there for a couple of years. And just based on the number of roommates and such in the complex, even though the required parking was provided and actually exceeded by about 10 spaces originally, they have a parking demand still in the area, particularly on the east side. So we've looked at areas where we can add some parking by restriping some, because the original design had the parking at 9-foot wide spaces, and Metro will allow 8.5, or in some cases 7.5 on compact spaces. And so we've done some restriping, but particularly in the areas that Abby had noted, have added some parking in previous landscape areas. This site, Phase 1 and A and 1B, are owned by the same development company, although they're in different parcels for financing reasons. All this parking will be used for Phase 1A, even though the little portion down on the bottom of this screen here extends into the 1B. It's not for 1B. They'd be walking a long trek to get to the 1B property that's under construction. This item was on the consent agenda at the last meeting. And so it was pulled by a question by a community member. So I'll just wait and rebut if there's any comments at this meeting.
All right, thank you. We'll save 2 minutes for your rebuttal. So now we are ready to take calls from the public. If you wish to call in, your screen should show the call-in number now. You don't need to wait to call in until others are finished, because when you call in, we'll put you in a queue. As a reminder, please only call in for the current case. When you begin your testimony, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address and your position. Sean will keep time, let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and then we'll let you know when your time has elapsed. So while we wait for folks to call in, Lisa, any emails on this case?
Chairman, we received one email. It was neither in support nor in opposition. It simply asked for the item to be pulled off of the agenda. I would like to note that that's it. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Sean, do we have any callers for this particular item?
Chairman, we currently have no callers, so we'll take a brief pause and then I'll check back in.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Chairman, we have no callers in the queue for this item.
Thank you, Sean. And I don't believe the council member is on the line, but before we ask for the council member, does the applicant want to say anything else, or?
I'll only answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And I did not see the council member on the line. So let's make sure, though. I'm going to look through my list here. Nope, I don't see Councilman Bird on the line. So we will, seeing no one else wishing to speak, I call the public hearing closed. And so and since there was this was originally on the consent agenda, let's try with the commissioners to see if there's any questions before instead of calling on everyone. I know we don't want to lose quorum, so we got to get through this meeting. So let's try that. So if you have a question or comment, if you raise your hand or verbally state that you'd like to speak, Councilor Murphy, are you seeking recognition?
I was going to make a motion.
Okay, well, let me just see if anyone else wishes to speak real quick. Always try to be really fair about that. And if you'd raise your hand, I don't see anybody. Councilor Murphy, you want to try to make a motion?
I will move to approve the staff recommendation.
Proper motion, Commissioner Tibbs?
I second.
Proper second. Any other discussion? If you'll raise your hand or verbally say you'd like to discuss. Seeing no other discussion, we're ready for a roll call vote for approval. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy. Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Ayes have it, and it is approved. We are now on to item number 46, and that is Amelia. And then I do see Councilman Hager, so we'll let him go last, of course. But Amelia, time for the presentation. Go ahead.
double mute got me. Sorry about that. This is Amelia presenting item 46. Next slide, please. The request is to rezone a portion of the property from AR2A to CS zoning. As you will note, the request is a portion of a property. So the portion that's to be rezoned is shown on the screen outlined in red, with the whole site outlined in yellow, and we'll look into that a little bit more. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is to approve. Next slide, please. So the whole site is approximately 13 acres, and it's shown on the screen in the red dashed line. And so that is the whole site. The applicant is requesting to rezone a portion of the site, which is shown in the shaded gray. The site is located at the intersection of Old Hickory Boulevard and Andrew Jackson Parkway. The area of the site to be rezoned is approximately 3.2 acres, whereas the whole site is 13. So roughly a quarter of the site. And there is existing floodplain on the site, which is shown in hatched blue. As you can see from the aerial and the rezoning and the zoning map on screen, the area has been developed with several commercial properties and some multifamily properties as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so my apologies, I did not outline the whole site on this slide. However, you can see the portion that's to be rezoned. It's shown in red on the slide. So there's two policies on the site. The first, shown in orange, is Suburban Community Center. And that policy is intended to be used with and established with commercial uses, where intensification is supported by surrounding context, existing adequate infrastructure, and access, and having the location at 2 arterial boulevards is supportive of this, as well as the existing commercial development around the area. The second policy on the site, shown in green, is conservation. This is to indicate the environmentally sensitive features on the site, such as the floodplain, which I identified in a previous slide. These areas contain environmental features that are to remain undisturbed. However, when we move out into more suburban policy areas, there is a tendency to have more conservation areas as well. The guidance for suburban community center with conservation areas is to generally avoid construction in the conservation areas unless the site in question cannot be developed at all without some disturbance of the sensitive environmental features. While a portion of the area for rezoning is in conservation, it's primarily within the suburban community center policy at the corner of the intersection. If approved, the rezoning would permit development in the suburban policy area and only a small portion in the conservation area. Next slide, please. Given the consistency with policy and the portion of the site to be rezoned primarily in suburban policy, staff recommends approval. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. With that said, we'll open this item for public hearing. And Sean, do we have the applicant on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, but not very good. You could try to mute the TV or get closer to the microphone.
Well, I do not have a TV house. A microphone here. Explain the background.
Hello? Sean, can we try to help him out somehow?
Mr. Chairman.
There you go. That's better. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, please. You have 10 minutes, and you of the 10 minutes, you can have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Please state your name and address, and go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is Sean Henry with the law firm of Tune, Intricate & White. I represent Racetrack Convenience Stores. Our address, our office is 315 Dedrick Street. I certainly would like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. As Ms. Lewis just explained, the original application that my client filed through their consultant was to rezone all 13 acres from agricultural to commercial. And based on discussions with staff during the review, it became obviously more clear that the conservation policy was encumbering a significant portion of this site, and that's because of the floodplain area. And so my client reduced the area requested for zoning to the 3¼ acres. So the result of that leaves 25% of this property eligible for this commercial use. And obviously the remainder, the 75% of the property, will remain zoned for agricultural use and open space. And there's no agricultural use on the property now, but nonetheless it'll remain as open green space. So this is a good example of your policy working and influencing, how a developer approaches a rezoning request. And your staff has certainly done a good job and an effective review of that. I want to tell you about a community meeting that was held back on June 4. That was a Thursday, June 4. Councilman Hager advertised a Zoom meeting by way of the Metro Council staff office. That meeting was attended mostly by the applicant team and supporters. And frankly, I don't recall that there was anyone on that Zoom meeting that expressed any opposition to this request. There may have been one, but I don't recall anyone speaking up. There was only about 10 people involved in that community meeting. So a presentation was made. There was no known opposition at that time. And so as you can imagine, we've been surprised to learn of this campaign waged to oppose this rezoning, largely for the reasons as stated to save agricultural zoning, which, as I just mentioned, 75% of this site is going to remain in agricultural zoning. And secondly, the opponents don't want any more convenience stores in this area. And if we may pull up the slide that my client has submitted, and I don't know if that's Ms. Milligan or who. Okay, thank you. If you could go to the next slide, please. And this was part of the presentation that was made to the community on the conference call on June 4. As you can see from this slide, this is not your grandfather's gas station, as some of the folks who have been writing in opposition. That's not what this is. This truly is a food store. It clearly is going to have some gasoline component to it, but this is a new prototype that Racetrack has unrolled in Middle Tennessee. I have visited one recently in Lebanon that was approved. You may recall the Metro Council and the Metro Commission, I recall approving one in the Maya Drive area for Madison. This one obviously going in Hermitage. My point of contact with Racetrack is John Jansen. He's the lead professional engineer as well as the project manager, and he can explain their operation, their business, and how this is going to function. But importantly, this property is going to be substantially landscaped. This photo doesn't reflect that, of course. But there's going to be significant landscaping around the perimeter of this intersection, and it's a busy intersection. And there's going to be roadway improvements that will be made as part of the development site. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jansen. Thank you.
Mr. Jansen?
Yeah, sorry about that. For the record, John Jansen, 200 Galleria Parkway, Atlanta, Georgia, 30339. So as Sean mentioned, Racetrack is a family-owned company that has been operating primarily in the Southeast since 1934. We are currently the second largest privately held company in Georgia, operating over 700 store locations. Each racetrack location is corporately owned and employs roughly 20 to 25 corporate employees. Next slide. Back in 2012, we opened our first neighborhood market concept, which puts a large emphasis on fresh food, yogurt, and extensive coffee bar. Racetrack has created a unique identity, classifying ourselves as a food service market that happens to sell gas. Our sites are well lit with great visibility, which gives our guests a safe and a comfortable experience. We've been building a version of this prototype for the last 8 years, and we just recently opened our 7th store location in the Tennessee area. Next slide. On this slide, what we wanted to briefly touch on was how we are cleaning up the existing conservation and floodplain line to better suit our development, and how we intend to leave the floodplain, as Sean mentioned, roughly the 9 acres of the 13 in the existing AR2A zoning classification. So we look forward to joining the community and bringing the next racetrack location to your neighborhood. And with that, I think we will reserve the last 2 minutes for any questions or rebuttal.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right, so now we are ready to take calls from the public. We want you to call in. We appreciate it. Your screens, your TV screens, and should show the call-in number. Please call in now. Don't wait until others have spoken, because once you call in, we'll put you into a queue, and that puts you in line to speak. Please, you've got 2 minutes. Please give your name and address and your position. Sean will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when your time is up. And so while we wait for callers to call in, let's ask Lisa, do we have any emails that folks sent in?
Hi, Chairman. Yes, we received 37 emails in opposition, 1 email in support, and one of the opposition emails did include a petition.
Okay. We'll make sure the petition gets put into the record by the staff. I appreciate that. Sean, do we have any callers?
Chairman, we do have callers for this item, so we'll begin placing the first caller into the meeting in just a second.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Chairman, you have the first caller.
All right, welcome. And caller, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address and your position, and we'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Robert Hoyt. I live at 2129 Brookview Drive in Donaldson Hills, Nashville. I am opposed to this rezoning. By rezoning this property, the community stands to lose a beautiful recreation area and gain a gas station. There is already a gas station across the street and several more nearby. We do not need more gas stations. We need recreational outlets and parklands like the driving range at that location. Further, a gas station would require underground storage tanks. This property, as you know, is a floodplain, and during a flood, fuel from a storage tank might leak into Stoner's Creek and end up in somebody's drinking water downhill or downstream. Also, traffic is continually pulling in and out of the gas station across the street. An additional gas station would certainly increase traffic congestion. The current open space at that location helps to ease the sense of congestion. Please don't take away the community's driving range for a gas station. This is a paved paradise, put up a parking lot situation. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
My name is Steven Cisco. My address is 4000 Andrews Jackson Parkway, and I'm in opposition to the rezoning. Residents and golfers have used this floodplain driving range for over 30 years. As COVID-19 impacted all aspects of daily life, the driving range is a social distancing recreational area that adults and children utilize daily. Hundreds of phone calls, petitions, and emails to Larry Hager and the Planning Commission indicate the community objection to a gas station convenience store on this site. We were never notified of a June 4th meeting. Otherwise, you would have been aware of the opposition. A new traffic study is absolutely necessary because the intersection of Old Hickory Boulevard and Andrew Jackson Parkway is already a traffic nightmare. A 3-year-old study doesn't work. We would ask the Planning Commission action to be deferred or denied until COVID-19 is under control. We are an essential business in the COVID-19 pandemic from the start of the Davidson County shutdown. Thanks for the opportunity to present our opposition to the rezoning from its present classification. And I might add that filling in the floodplain, whatever portion of it, the floodplain across the street where Buffalo Wild Wings was, resulted from the 2010 flood. That Old Hickory Boulevard was closed down for a day and a half, and there is not another, that water retention area forced water into the houses on the back of the...
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
On Andrew Jackson Parkway. Again, we would ask the Planning Commission action to be deferred or denied until COVID-19 is under control.
Thank you. Next caller.
Okay, thank you. You have the next caller, Chairman.
Please state your name and address. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Susan Basham. I live at 4005 Harding Place in Nashville, but I grew up in Hermitage, about a mile from this property. My first cousin and I are the current joint owners of this property, currently under discussion. Over the previous years, as Mr. Cisco mentioned, we've enjoyed a very good relationship with our tenants. And from my understanding with my cousin, who has been the point person with Mr. Cisco about our lease, the golf driving range folks, from what I understood, are nearing retirement. So consequently, our leases have not been of a long-term nature at all. And because of our long-term family relationships in the area, I continue to have a vested interest in the neighborhood with residential property. So of course, I want to see the community to continue to grow in a very positive fashion. And I think this development would certainly help the property and be a good fit for the neighborhood. So I thank you, and I'm in favor of this redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chairman, you have the next caller.
Hello? Hi, yes. Welcome. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Dave Delaney. I'm at 117 Oak Hollow, down the road from this site. And what this area does not need is another gas station for all the reasons everyone's already mentioned, and done so very, very well, both from an environmental concern, also the current layout of the land, as an agricultural zone, is just a perfect place for myself, my kids, to go and hit some golf balls and bond, especially during these difficult times. But even into the future, this is a special area, and honestly, we do not need another gas station. We have plenty of gas. There's no need for that. and the traffic obviously is of great concern. I see people driving through red lights there all the time. I've seen pedestrians almost hit. If anything, let's put in some crosswalks and some lights so that pedestrians can cross safely. I'd rather see that than a gas station. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chairman, you have the next caller.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes, and please say your name and address.
Thank you very much. My name is Jackson Houston. My address is 1120 General MacArthur Drive, Brentwood, Tennessee. I have worked at the facility currently on the property seasonally for years, and I'd like to voice opposition to the rezoning of this facility from agricultural to commercial. My primary reason for opposition is not because I've worked here, because I can get another job. What can't be replaced is the opportunity that the current facility provides for the local community to increase the general level of fitness. We're an open facility to the public. Anyone can come here. We have rental clubs available for anyone to start. We have a professional who sells services to teach beginners. And because we don't require things such as owning your own clubs, a membership, or even a dress code, it gives everyone the opportunity to get into the sport. And definitely recently with the current COVID situation, the driving range provides an opportunity for people to vent their frustrations in a controlled and safe environment while socially distancing. A gas station can't provide that. I'd like to take the last of my time to thank all of the council members for their time and their consideration. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chairman, as we're placing the next caller in, I wanted to make you aware that this caller has said to staff here that they are representing a community group and would like to request 5 minutes. We did not receive that request in advance in writing, so we've indicated to this caller that it will be at the discretion of the commission. But I wanted to make you aware of that, and at this point, you do have the caller on the line.
Okay. Hello, welcome. And you stated that you represent a community group?
Yes, we have organized a group out here in Hermitage called Voices from Hermitage. And so I am just representing the communication that the people, many people in the Hermitage community have made me aware of.
Well, have you filed your group with the Secretary of State, or are you an official group, or you?
No, we're just a small community group.
Well, I really try to give great leeway to allow for 5 minutes, and generally that is for an organized group, neighborhood group. Our rules state that you need to do this in writing, but I want to make sure that we give you plenty of time to speak. And, you know, next time when you call in, you need to make sure that you give proper notice of that group. And you probably, for a neighborhood group, it needs to be an official recognized group that's filed with the Secretary of State.
I did not realize that. I just was going by your website.
So we'll give you 5 minutes, and we are actually working on rules to clarify that. So go ahead. We'll give you 5 minutes. Sean, please give her 5 minutes. Go ahead. Say your name and address and your group that you represent.
Okay, hello. This is Mary. I live at 6060 Hagers Grove Pass in Hermitage, Tennessee, and I am representing a small group out here that we have called Voices from Hermitage. So I'm speaking on behalf of people that live, work, play, and or shop in this area. Many people in the Hermitage community want their voices heard. They have indicated that they have been disrespected and left out of the zoning process and that this has been going on way too long. As far as how I got involved in this, just a little bit of background information. I knew nothing about this proposed rezoning request until June, when a few people who vehemently opposed the rezoning contacted me asking for my help. One of them had already contacted the applicable council member and said it was not a good conversation. I am a member of Leadership Donaldson Hermitage, and I chaired the Government Day program for that organization for multiple years. Therefore, some people think I know a lot of the government people when I really don't. I know of them. Anyway, I said there was no way I wanted to be involved, but finally agreed to help. In Leadership Donaldson Hermitage, I had committed to safeguard, support, enhance, and beautify this community to the best of my ability. I have concluded that not all of the criteria has been met to approve this rezoning request. I only ask that you respectfully listen carefully and ultimately make a fair decision. I wasn't going to speak to the proposal to put the fuel center and market on the property that we're talking about tonight, but since I do want to add that there are 3 fuel stations within less than a mile of the property, plus 8 more that are along the same stretch that are within less than 2 miles. Just to give you the perspective that we already have Gas Station Row, and unfortunately a lot of those places do lend themselves to crime, and I have talked with MMPD, the Hermitage precinct, and they said that they don't give opinions on rezoning because nobody wants their opinions, but I was able to question the sergeant who said that that strip along Old Hickory Boulevard from Bell Road, Old Hickory Boulevard intersection, up to the Andrew Jackson Old Hickory intersection, on the side, not where the proposed rezoning is, but on that other side of it, that is the highest crime area in all of Hermitage, and they are already completely overburdened with calls along that strip. One thing in researching your website, the planning website, because I was trying to figure out, well, what's supposed to happen with rezoning. One excerpt says, council members host meetings with neighbors who would be impacted. Well, I didn't really see that this was being done. I don't think the criteria has been met. I did contact the applicable council member who said that he had no means to communicate with the community due to COVID, which of course we have all been negatively impacted by this, and it's quite understandable.
Caller, you have 30 seconds.
Well, as you already know, many people have opposed this with their emails, and well over, we got over 300 signatures in opposition of it. I don't know either if one of the other requirements, if the applicant must mail notices to nearby property owners, because I visited some of the nearby property owners, and they were all vehemently opposed. The traffic study...
Caller, your time has expired. Please finish your thought.
Okay, the last thing I will say, that the traffic study is, I don't believe is adequate. It's based on a study done on the alternate corner there. It's done sometime within the last 3 years. And in the last year and a half, along the.
Caller, your time is up. We try to let people finish their sentence that they're on, but you've had a full 5 minutes, so we'll need to move on to the next caller. Thank you.
Two more sentences.
Ma'am, this is the chairman, and we've given you about 5.5 minutes, and so you have to finish one sentence, please.
Chairman, we believe the caller is not on the line any longer.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving to place the next caller into the meeting.
In just a moment.
Thank you.
And Chairman, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your address.
Phyllis Avant, 2 Valley Forge, Nashville. You want me to talk now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. I'm a member of the Lebanon Road Garden Club. I have been friends and actually a business owner with this property owner for 35 years. And I know the due diligence that she does in vetting proposals. I trust her good judgment, and I am in support of this rezoning, and I appreciate the opportunity to say so. I have
Thank you.
Confidence in her.
And ma'am, what is your address and name, please, for the record?
2 Valley Forge, Phyllis Avant, A-V-A-N-T.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Next caller.
Yeah.
Chairman, you have the next caller.
Welcome, and you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, and you can begin.
Adam, 4305 Oak Crest Lane, Hermitage. So, understand there's a bill up for a gas station there at Jackson and Old Hickory in Hermitage. I want to officially oppose this, primarily because that'll be 4 gas stations within a 16th of a mile. They're all at competitive rates, but the big issue is that there's a great business down there that would kill. 2, or B, there would be absolutely a dangerous situation if you put a petro source gas station in that floodplain, and it has been flooded at least twice, maybe 3 times over the last 10 years. And if you want to talk about contamination and pollution, that's a great way to do it. So I oppose it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next caller.
Mute your television or streaming device. Okay, we're placing the meeting now.
And Chair, you have the next caller.
Welcome. Please state your name and address. And you have 2 minutes, and you can begin. Thank you.
Okay, Kim Franklin, 4305 Oak Crest Lane, Hermitage, Tennessee, 37076. Calling to oppose the gas station to be placed at Andrew Jackson and Old Hickory Boulevard. It is a floodplain, first of all, which doesn't seem safe for a gas station. It's a great family spot, especially during these times when we're all stuck at home. It's a safe place to go. There are 3 gas stations right on that 4, apparently, from Kroger all the way to the BP at the corner that would be across from that gas station. It's just not necessary and not needed. That intersection is already busy and crowded, and adding another gas station will probably just seems dangerous to me. We need the green space. It's lovely, so that's my spiel, I guess.
Thank you. Next caller.
Thank you. Chairman, as we were wrapping that one up, we've We've taken a new call, and so it'll take us just a minute longer to get this person passed through to the live line. Bear with us.
Okay, thank you.
And Chairman, you have the next caller.
Okay, welcome. You'll have 2 minutes to state your name and address, and you can begin.
My name is Roberto Rosali. I am at 4332 Oak Crest Lane. I'm calling on behalf of the proposal of the gas station in corner of Old Hickory and Andrew Jackson. I just wanted to say that I'm calling to oppose it, and the reason being is that, as was stated before by a gentleman who called earlier, had made mention of there's basically 3 gas stations and also the potential flooding. But I also feel that here in Hermitage we have a dire need, bigger issue of building more gas stations. We should build more sidewalks and make it a little more safer for children getting off buses, crossing the street, and trying to get to schools or to the grocery store, and make it a little more accessible for people who don't have cars to be able to access these locations here in Hermitage. I just wanted to add that to the proposal. Thank you all so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any more callers, Sean?
We do have an additional caller. And Chairman, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome. You have 2 minutes, and please state your name and address, and you may begin.
Chairman, we seem to have gotten disconnected from the caller, but someone is calling in right now, so we believe it may be the person trying us back. Hold tight.
Okay.
And Chairman, you have the next caller.
All right, welcome. You have 2 minutes, and please state your name and address, and you may begin.
Hi, this is Cindy Boyd. I'm at 2129 Brookview Drive. And one point I wanted to make, I've heard a lot of people, I'm in opposition to the development of another gas station convenience store. One of the points the developer made was that it wasn't just a gas station, that it was for fresh food, but there's also a Kroger within a half mile of that. So.
Caller and Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's becoming clear that at least at the call center, we're not able to hear the caller clearly. I've stopped the timer. If we could ask the caller to try to speak much more directly into her phone. Is it her phone?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me better now?
Yes. So please continue. Sorry, you may want to repeat some of what you said to begin with, as I think a lot of it was cutting out. Thank you.
Yeah, Sean, let's start her 2 minutes over, okay? Thank you.
Okay, I'll be very fast. This is Cindy Hoyt. I'm at 2129 Brookview Drive. And one of the points that I'm in opposition to the development of another gas station convenience store at the corner of Andrew Jackson and Old Hickory Boulevard. One of the points the developer made was that they weren't just another gas station, that they were also providing fresh food for the neighborhood. Well, there's also a Kroger grocery store, a very nice one within a half mile. So we really don't need another gas station or another convenience store selling fresh fruit when there's a Kroger within a half mile. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, Sean.
Chairman, we have no other callers in the queue for this item.
All right. Applicant, Mr. Henry, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
This is John Jansen with Racetrack. I will be addressing.
Go ahead. Yes, sorry.
Yep, I'll be addressing some of the concerns. So I'm going to run down the list. I'll try to make this quick because I know I only have a couple minutes. But one thing I did want to reassure not only the commission but some of the opposition is that this project will comply with all metro floodplain regulations and state environmental regulations. So we are not proposing to have a net increase in the floodplain. So the amount of floodplain that is out there today will be the same amount of floodplain after construction. So we are not proposing to reduce that or really increase that. It is a net wash from pre-existing to after development. Another thing I wanted to address, there was a comment about the tanks being located in the floodplain. That we are strategically locating the tanks on site out of the floodplain. If you remember the slide in my presentation, there's a portion of this site that is currently not in the floodplain, and that is where we are positioning our tanks. Another comment that I wanted to speak to was the traffic study. So we did conduct a traffic study, and it was a condition by Public Works to revisit that traffic study once some of the traffic patterns do return to normal. So we do know that we will not be able to obtain any permits until we have a more clear traffic study on what the traffic does look like out there today. As far as crime goes, we do have well-lit lots. Like I mentioned in the presentation, we have about 5 or 6 employees on site during every single shift. And we also encourage law enforcement on our sites by offering free.
You have 30 seconds.
And coffee to law enforcement. Another thing I wanted to touch on was that there will be 9 acres of green space out there after our development. So we are working with, or we are intending to work with the existing driving range operator or the city to discuss a recreational use within that green space floodplain area. So I think
your time is up.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I believe the councilman is on the line. Councilman Hager. Councilman Hager, you've got to unmute your. Sean, can you?
I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
Thank you very much. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hang on. Well,
we hear you.
Councilman Hager, this is Sean at the call center. You're cutting in and out a lot.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right,
yes, we can.
All right, can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Councilman. Yes, sir. Hey, Director.
Sean, this is Councilman. This is Lucy, or I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm having a hard time hearing.
Appreciate.
Hey, Lucy, can you try to text the council member?
Yes.
And let's hold up for a second. Let's do a 2-minute break and try to get the councilman on the line. Thank you, Director.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, that sounds good.
All right, sorry about that. But I know this area well. I know the driving range, and that's the biggest thing about the opposition to that.
Councilman Hager, you're going to have to start completely over.
Yes.
We couldn't hear a word you said, so start all the way over.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. I know this place very well, and I appreciate all the comments that people have made about this. And as this well knows, I don't make any changes unless the planners approve it. And when I had the community meeting, it was a Zoom meeting, and it went out to 1,000 feet, which is required around that particular area. One person said I didn't have a community meeting, but I did have it by a Zoom meeting, but because of COVID, we can't make a regular meeting where we can meet people in person. Now, the thing about this is, you know, I can't tell people what they can build and what they can't build on their property, but Mrs. Basham, that owns the property, she's called me before about rezoning it for some other things, and they didn't go through. I also talked to the sponsors of this about trying to keep part of that driving range there, and they may be able to do that. But at the same time, I've told everybody that there was a driving range at Hermitage Golf Course about 2 miles up the road. I talked to the owner. His prices are comparable to what this driving range charges. But at the same time, when you talk about how many businesses are in there that are similar to this business, that's just called competition. It's just like if somebody builds a restaurant next door to another restaurant, it's just competition. But at the same time, I understand the comments that were made about it. I understand why they want to keep the driving range, but at the same time, I understand why the applicant wants to rezone this to the CS. She wants to do. The only thing I told him that, I said, I'm concerned about that. But, you know, if it's just about the driving range, I know all about the driving range. I used to go there a long time ago on that driving range, but since becoming a council member, I don't have time to play golf. So I'm going to leave it up to the commission on this, but I told the applicant that as long as it complied with the plan, then I would sign the bill on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed, and we will. How about we start with Commissioner Tibbs? Want to go first?
Okay. Could I see that that floodplain drawing again that was shown during the staff report? Okay, I guess it was something different I was looking at. Maybe the one that had things down at the bottom. But anyway, this is fine though. Well, yeah, this is fine. This is fine because this is really more applicable to it. You know, gas stations are always a concern, I guess. I think they, you know, you don't miss it till you need it kind of thing. It sounds like the area does seem to have a lot of gas stations potentially. What they're proposing is nice, but I do hear the community's concern on this, and you know, we don't have to grant a zone change for it. And maybe, you know, getting into the use of it maybe a little bit more. I do worry a little bit about, and somebody maybe smarter than I can talk about it. I know that they're putting the tanks away from it, the floodplain, but it is pretty close. I mean, it's still in the area, you know, it's still there's still some proximity to it, and you know, just a little change of that floodplain, it could cause some, you know, some contamination downstream and contamination more in the area. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I wish there was a way. Councilman Hager seems to kind of be either way, you know, he seems to pretty much be equal with it. I wish there was a way that, you know, there could be a little more comfort level with the community on it. And I do have a little concern about it being so close to that flood zone. So I think right now I'm leaning toward not granting it. I'll listen to others though, and maybe my opinion could be changed. But that's kind of where I'm leaning at the moment.
Hey, everybody, we the director and I have really had a hard time. We couldn't hardly hear the council member. Director, do you have maybe on this particular issue, since we have a bad connection and there are some community questions, would it be appropriate for a deferral? Maybe we keep the public, we finish the public hearing portion of this. Director, do you have a thought on that?
Well, I kept getting snippets of what the councilman was saying, and it seemed like he had some thoughts about trying to retain certain uses, and it seemed like the applicant said that they were in talks to possibly retain certain uses, but I couldn't get a clear, it was just breaking up. And so it was hard for me to tell whether the application was premature and there's work that can be done, or if, so, because if we can resolve issues, we always try to do that. But I had trouble hearing the councilman. I'll say. So what's most important is that the commissioners were able to hear as you're the ones deliberating. But
I probably got half of what the councilman said. So maybe we can ask the councilman and the developer if they would be willing to defer this and work with the commission, because like you said, the commission, we always try to work stuff out ahead of time if we can make, because it sounds like they're close potentially, maybe not, but maybe. Councilman, are you still on the line? Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. What about, do you think deferral would help, or do you?
That's up to if they want to defer it till September the 10th, I'll leave it up to the applicant.
All right, let me see.
So that was something we discussed the other day. Can you hear me?
All right, let's see if we can. Yes, we hear you.
If you defer it to, but we discussed something about trying to retain part of that part on the north side for part of the driving range. It wouldn't be as big, but you might be able to keep some of it, but that'd be up to the applicant and the sponsor if they wanted to do that. So I kind of leave that up to them if they want to do that, and maybe that would appease most everybody to keep a portion of the driving range in that floodplain area.
All right. Director, is the applicant on the line still?
Yes, this is John Jansen with Racetrack Petroleum. We will accept the defer option if that's what we need to do to get to a resolution. May I just point out one thing that I guess to clear it up, it sounds like I was cutting in and out. We are open to communicating with the existing operator to come up with a strategic solution so that we can all fit on here and remain, the back portion of the site remain recreational.
All right, well, let's ask the commissioners. I want to make sure. So, Director, do we think potentially a 2-meeting deferral, or is?
I think that would be appropriate. I might go ahead and poll the commissioners just to see if they have other comments that need to be taken into account. Since we're already here, we've had a public hearing. So if there are other issues, Commissioner Tibbs put a couple on the table. If there are other issues that we need to think about.
Let's go. That's exactly.
It sounds to me, of course, we'll get a sense of the other commissioners, but it sounds like a deferral would be appropriate. We want it to be a productive deferral.
Okay, let's go through the list. So we got Commissioner Tibbs. Did you have anything else? I think that you finished. Are you good?
Yeah, I finished.
Okay, Councilor Murphy, do you have any comments?
I think it does sound like there could be some more work done and maybe come back with a better plan. And I do think that maybe should happen now rather than waiting for that to happen between us and council. So I would support a deferral.
All right. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I do support deferral as well. So
Commissioner Tibbs stated very well. So my concern is a floodplain. So by next meeting, how much development encroach or what will be going into floodplain, that water area, if applicant or staff can clarify, that would be much more helpful.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Gobble, anything else?
I support a deferral, and I think that, I would like to see really kind of a strong commitment to what happens to the rest of the property. If we rezone a portion of it, this not being if it was an SP, we could control that, but how that all gets done and maintained and all that, I think is very important, because I'm very sympathetic to the neighbors. I'm very familiar with this intersection. And so I support a deferral.
Okay. Commissioner Blackshear?
I'm not voting on this one, Chairman.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I apologize, Commissioner. So we've gone through everyone. Commissioner Tibbs, it sounds like a 2-meeting deferral is appropriate. Commissioner Tibbs, you want to make a motion?
Chairman, forgive me. This is Lucy one more time. Sorry to interrupt. Let me just confirm with Lisa, if I may, whether or not there is a council bill and if that would affect the length of time that we could defer.
Absolutely. Yes. Okay. We'll wait.
Hi, Chairman. This is Lisa. My understanding, the council member did request that the council office prepare the bill. The bill is on the agenda to be introduced at council at the next council meeting on Tuesday, introduced in first reading. So if it's introduced the first meeting in September, it would then track for public hearing in October. And so if there's a 2-meeting deferral, the Planning Commission would need to hear it on that day. It would not be able to be deferred any further, given that the public hearing for the council will be set.
But a 2-meeting deferral would be appropriate. We just need to take action at that time, right?
Correct. It could not be deferred any further.
Okay. Director, are you comfortable with that?
I don't like doing 2 deferrals, and I bet you don't either. So I think we can get it done.
I definitely don't like to do that.
So I think 2-meeting deferral is appropriate.
Okay. So, and we will not reopen the public hearing. We've gone through that. But we need a motion. So, Commissioner Tibbs, you want to make a motion?
Yes, one clarification though, we will be able to get to hear an update from the applicant though, if they are able to make any changes. As far, you said no public hearing, but we could get them to clarify, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure of that. Okay, I make a motion to defer this for 2 meetings.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? If you would raise your hand or verbally. Council Lady, you want to second it?
Second.
Proper second. Any other discussion? If you'll raise your hand or verbally state you want to discuss. Seeing none, roll call for 2-meeting deferral and not reopen the public hearing. Commissioner Blackshear is not voting. Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Ayes have it, and it's deferred 2 meetings. Now we are on to item number 46, and that is. Now, I just want to remind everybody we probably need to go quick or we'll lose a quorum. Just a reminder. Right.
Chairman, this is Sean Shepard at the call center. I just wanted to clarify, I think we're on item 47.
That is my
and
fault.
that-
We are on item 47. My fault.
That's okay. I also wanted to make clear that the staff presenter for this item is Patrick Napier, who is one of the folks helping us man the phones down here tonight. So you're not going to see him in your lineup there, but he is going to present live from the call center.
Oh, good. Okay. Patrick, go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, the next item on this evening's agenda, as stated, was item 47. Next slide, please. This is a request to rezone from R6 to RM6NS zoning. Next slide. Staff's recommendation is to disapprove. Next slide. The site is located at 2116 Scott Avenue, approximately 144 feet north of Jeans Court, and contains a total of 0.88 acres. Next slide. This site is currently zoned R6, which is intended for single-family dwellings and duplexes. Next slide. The policy for the site is T4 urban neighborhood maintenance, which is intended to maintain the general character of existing urban residential neighborhoods. These areas will experience some change over time when buildings are expanded or replaced, and when this occurs, efforts should be made to retain the existing character of the neighborhood. Next slide. The surrounding zoning is R6, which is 1 and 2 family residential. A religious institution is located adjacent to this site to the north property line. The neighborhood does contain a diverse mixture of lot sizes and is primarily developed as single and 2 family residential. The property is located within a large area of T4 neighborhood maintenance land use policy, which again is intended to maintain urban neighborhoods by ensuring that new development is consistent and compatible with the existing land use patterns. While the area has changed somewhat over recent years, all change has taken place under the existing zoning, with some new single-family homes and some new 2-family homes, consistent with the intent of the existing policy. The requested zoning, which is noted as one of the more intense zoning districts supported by the T4 neighborhood maintenance policy, will permit a maximum of 5 multifamily dwelling units on the site. If approved, the zoning would insert a new residential form, multifamily housing, into an established area of single and 2-family homes. This housing type would be inconsistent with the goals of the intent to maintain the existing character. Next slide. And therefore, staff's recommendation is to disapprove as the request is inconsistent with the land use policy in this location. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Sean is, so we will open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant on the line, Sean?
Chairman, we do have representatives for the applicant, and they are unmuted and ready to go.
Excellent. Excellent. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. You can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. Please state your name and address, and welcome. Go ahead.
My name is Alan Zerker, and I live at 2116 Scott Avenue. I'm the owner of the property that is in question. I've been living there for actually since 1991. Let me give you a little background. You know, I was raised in the housing projects in East Nashville and moved from there to a house on Scott Avenue. And then we moved over on Shelton. Then we moved to Scott Avenue. And now I'm a father of 4, and we have 10 grandkids and almost 11 great grandkids. And we've been living in the house all this time. I raised all my kids there. And in that area, there's been a lot of changes going on, and we have no intentions at all of moving. But I was about to sell the property. I was actually going to sell out, but then I spoke with Sean, and he was telling me there's a possibility of revitalizing that area. That backyard is a space that we never use. It's just dirt just sitting there. I mean, I don't farm. All we do is cut the grass. And when we have family things at the house, we usually have it around the patio or in the house or in the front yard. We really don't use the backyard at all. And I think there would be a really good idea to put some houses back there for people to live. Again, I intend to stay in the house there. I talked with the council lady, and she thinks it's a good idea to, again, put houses back there. And at one time, as I said, I was going to sell the property, but they said it wasn't zoned, so people the contractors or the investors didn't want to buy the property the way it was because it was zoned for only 1 or 2 houses, and they wanted to put like 8 houses on the property.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Alan. Hi.
Am I finished?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I think I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't hear any of the commission members. My name is Sean Rivers. I live at 925 North 5th Street. Alan and his wife, as he said, have lived here on this property for a number of years. And 30-year members of the community. Actually, if you're familiar with Brother Z's Wang Shack, Alan Zerker is Brother Z over on Dickerson Pike. Now, about the property, I understand that it's outside the policy, and we do have the council person support. When we were looking at this property initially, I had asked Councilwoman Benedict to go look at the property because she does have a background in real estate. At 0.88 of an acre, it is the largest single-family piece of property over there, and standard HPRs take up 0.1 of an acre. So if we had actually divided this lot into standard residential lots at the time, and would have been 4 parcels and eligible under R6 zoning for 8 units. And currently we are asking for 5. Alan and his wife intend to stay in the front home and live in the house that they raise their children in and have it fully renovated, while lining up the rear of the lot 200 linear feet by 100 linear feet of land to put 4 additional units behind their home. We do have a means of entrance and egress from the street that allows for 4 individual freestanding units to be built on the rear of his property within that space, perpendicular to the primary structure on Scott Avenue that Alan and his wife intend to stay in. There is ample space, and if you actually can go back 2 slides, I think it was, to the kind of a closer up satellite view. No? Well, if we could go back 2 slides to a closer satellite view, that would be appreciated. You'll be able to see that, you'll be able to see that the adjacent property is a church that has an asphalt parking lot running from the front of the property to the rear of the property. That side of the property would be the means of egress and entrance for the 4 units that would run perpendicular to the primary structure on that land. Each of the individual structures on the rear would comprise of approximately 50 feet by 100 feet of space to build. And by the zoning we've requested, we only have the ability to build 4 additional units in total on 0.88 of an acre. I'm not really sure what else I can say at this time. I don't know if we have any other comments. There was one comment from a neighbor that was concerned about the RM zoning not having the eligibility for short-term rentals. And he has sent in emails, he's since changed his mind since we happily changed the zoning to the NS zoning that was put forward. And the additional units, if you're looking at the satellite picture, the secondary structure on the property, the front of that structure towards Scott Avenue is actually where the 200 feet starts to build the 4 additional units in the rear. And I think I'll save what time we have left to have a rebuttal.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you guys calling in and speaking. Well, Sean, how much time is left?
Chairman, 3 minutes and 18 seconds, so we'll reserve 2 for rebuttal.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, and so now we are ready to take calls from members of the public who wish to call in. We appreciate everyone calling in. Your screen should now show the phone number to call in. And so please call in now. You don't have to wait, because once you call, you get put in a queue. And we appreciate that. You'll have 2 minutes. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address and your position. We'll give you Sean will give you a verbal 30-minute warning, 30-second warning with 30 seconds left. We appreciate everybody calling in. And while we get folks to call in, Lisa, what did anyone email in?
Hi, Chairman. We received one letter in support and also a letter of support from Councilmember Benedict.
Excellent. And Councilmember Benedict spoke to us at the beginning of the meeting, and I believe she's not. Is she on the line? She is. I think Council Lady Benedict is on the line, so we can. We'll let Council Lady Benedict speak real quick.
Thank you, Chair. So, good evening, everyone. I was able to jump back in. I think most of both sides have.
Councilman Benedict, I'm sorry.
Yes.
We always let the council members go last, so I apologize. So let's let the callers call in, and then we'll let you go last. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. No
that
worries.
way you can
Chair.
hear what everybody's saying as well. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll be right with you in a second. Sorry about that, Council Lady. All right, so we got the emails. Sean, callers. I was trying to skip ahead to the Council Lady. I apologize. Sean, any callers?
Chairman, we don't have any callers in the queue at the moment, so we'll take a brief pause and then I'll check back in.
Okay, let's do that.
Chairman, we have no callers in the queue for this item.
Thank you. So before the council member, we have, does the applicant want to say anything? Nobody called in, so I'm assuming you've stated everything. Is that correct?
Well, I would like to say that the councilwoman did bring up that they're extending the UZO through this district and through this zone, and that given the size of the land and given the size of the land, what can be done by rights there, HPR by rights would leave 0.45 of an acre to 2 single-family homes in this district in East Nashville, and the CCM does currently support the RM zoning that we have requested. It is the high end of acceptable RM zoning for neighborhood maintenance. I'll leave it to that.
Thank you, sir. And Council Lady, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair. So, most of the concerns that I have been expressed tonight, and I was made aware of heading into this. So, for me, this is an area that when I think about affordable housing, I think about transit, and I think about our plan for Nashville, this is a location that's near Gallatin Pike, so as we work towards the initiatives that the current administration has and that the council's focused on, this to me seems like a good spot for the added density that I spoke about earlier. And the owner of the land, Brother Z, I've not yet had his barbecue, but sounds good, certainly. None of that has to do with this, obviously, but to me, it seemed like a good idea at the time, given what's around it, and I feel confident that it will fit with the neighborhood. Is the way that I believe, based on what the developer has said he's going to do, it will fit with the neighborhood. And again, he's someone who has developed over here in a responsible way, so I think it would be something that as I watch happen will work for the community. So with that, I just ask for your approval, and I know it doesn't fit the policy. However, again, with the UZO expansion that's currently not yet filed, but proposed and being worked on with the neighborhood, this is an area that there seems to be wide support for expanding the UZO, and so therefore I also think it's a good idea to continue that density as the city continues to expand from downtown. So with that, I'll wrap up my comments, and Chair, thank you again.
Thank you for being with us. We really appreciate this late hour. So with that, seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. How about we start with Councilor Murphy?
Thank you, Chair. This is so what it sounds like to me is, even though we don't have a site plan, it sounds to me that they're going to squeeze 4 houses behind the main home. Is that correct, staff?
The total proposed density, given the requested zoning, would allow for a total of 5 units. So if they retain the existing structure, they will be permitted to add 4 units.
Okay, and those would have to go behind or scattered throughout the property?
Hi, council member. So at this point, all that you all are looking at is a straight zone change to RM6, which would permit a total of 5 units. Any sort of site plan would be reviewed at the codes level. And so there are various ways that they could configure the site.
Okay. Looking at what's next door with I think it's Jean's Court. I think if this property was bigger, or a bigger project, then that would make more sense. Or if this was just an HPR that's scattered throughout the surrounding area, that would make more sense. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with an RM coming into kind of in the middle of a residential area like this when it's neighborhood maintenance. Maybe it could be because I'm just not seeing the layout, and what I'm envisioning in my head does not match the surrounding area. So I'd love to just hear other commissioners' thoughts.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. I do appreciate Council Lady Benedict sharing her thought, and I do agree. Yes, Nashville need more housing, and especially affordable housing. And thinking about cultivating those goals, I really appreciate Council Lady's insight and effort. However, looking at existing neighborhood and as well as existing community plan, and since this is a straight zoning, and so just multi-housing RM6 zoning in the middle of established neighborhood, and especially neighborhood maintenance with a majority single home and maybe some dadu and some duplex. Just throwing in those higher density in the middle of the neighborhood, I just don't see it. So when UZO is expanded and base community plan is amended, and then we can revisit. But as of right now, I am in agreement of the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Gobble?
I agree. I think I can't support zone change. I think this is a unique large lot over there, and there's got to be a way to do something, but I think the zone change is inconsistent with our policy, and we would have to agree with staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Blackshear?
Yeah, I don't have too much more to add to what the prior commissioner said. I'm definitely sympathetic to what the owner is trying to do, and I do recognize the site that's adjacent to the item under question. But I mean, we are a board that's guided by policy, and the current policy here does not support the requested zone change, and I don't think that we could articulate a reason or a way that the proposal would or could be consistent with the current policy. So I would agree that we would, or that I'm in favor of staff's recommendation, disapproval. I'm not sure what kind of conversations the applicant has had with staff, but perhaps there's room to configure something that's within the policy. I'm not sure about that, but what we are being presented tonight, I don't think is consistent with policy, so I would be in favor of staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Tibbs?
I also am in favor of staff's recommendation. I do I want to go on record, so I do sympathize with the owner, and I do feel like there may be something that else could happen, but this is too drastic of a zone change based on policy and just based on even the rest of the neighborhood. So I'd be willing to go ahead and make a motion to disapprove per staff recommendation.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Blackshear, you want a second?
Sure, I will second that motion.
Proper second. And any more discussion? If you'll raise your icon hand or verbally state you'd like to discuss. And I do not see any. So seeing no more discussion, we're ready for a roll call to disapprove. Commissioner Blackshear.
Aye.
Commissioner Gobble.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Council Lady Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Tibbs.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and it is disapproved. Item 47. So now we are on to other business. And we already, item 48 was already adopted in the consent agenda. Item 49, which it was either last meeting or maybe it was a couple meetings ago. I'm losing track of time during COVID. Is time allowances during public hearings. And so I want to, as I told the commissioners that I would look into this with the staff team, and we did. I've been working with Bob and the director, Mr. Lehman, and the director. And there needs to be I feel like strongly that there needs to be clarification. I definitely don't want attorneys to abuse this by getting two people together and saying they're a community group. And I felt like that was happening. The commissioners know that I am extremely lenient on, I try to be very, very fair to community folks because I want everyone to have appropriate amount of time to speak. And so Bob and I and the director are working on clarifying some rules and putting information online. As a matter of fact, we noticed that we needed more clarification when we started looking into this. Bob, do you want to add anything, or director?
Hi, Chairman. This is Bob. Now, I think there is a memo in your packet, and there's a proposal for a new request to speak form that should be in your packet also, that that representatives of an organization would fill out. And I think what we have done is put together a clarification of the existing rules and procedures, which would require that anybody that requests to speak for 5 minutes or would have to file this with the Planning Commission by noon the day before the meeting. I think due to the volume of requests to speak we get, it's really difficult to kind of sort through those right at the time the meeting started or even during the meeting. So we would require that those be submitted by noon the day before the meeting, and then the form would ask the person requesting to speak to fill out some information so we can see that they do actually represent an organization and an established organization. I think the one point for discussion tonight may be item number 3 in that memo. You may want to define the meaning of an organization in the context of a planning commission meeting and what that means to the planning commission. So we've made some suggestions, such as a neighborhood association, an established neighborhood association, or community group. And it could also possibly be 5 or more individuals from a surrounding neighborhood, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. And then we also are saying in this memo that if no formal organization exists yet, but a group of people have formed to discuss an issue, that the commission may allow 5 minutes in some instances for those for a representative to speak on behalf of that group of people, but they have to show that the individuals that they represent aren't speaking as well. I think we've had instances in the past where someone has stated they represent an organization, and then some of the same people that were who they stated they represent would also speak as individuals. So we work with Metro Legal to kind of look at this and put together a little bit of a clarification for how this could work. So I think the point for you to discuss this evening would be item number 3 in that memo, and who you may not want to consider an organization. For example, if an attorney is hired to work on a case, they may not be representative of a real organization as you define it. And so that may be one point of clarification, but I think the form that they would have to fill out would also help clarify that for staff, and then we could communicate that to you, the chairperson, prior to the meeting, the request that we have, so that it would be a little bit clearer going forward with each meeting.
So here's the deal, guys. I know we have we potentially have a quorum issue tonight. I am not in a big rush to adopt any new rules. As a matter of fact, I would love to try to work within our current rules, but I do think as we discuss this, if Bob and the director, if it's okay, I think tonight maybe not be the right time because we have a quorum issue tonight and it's getting really late. But if the commissioners will kind of look over this, and not all the commissioners we barely have a quorum tonight. And so I feel strongly that we need to at least clarify some things because it is really confusing of what our rules are. But I also don't want to be too restrictive. That's my personal opinion. I want to have lots of leeway, but I definitely don't want it to be abused by some attorney trying to bend the rules. So that's always been my thing. I want to make sure the public. So any comments? I don't, Bob, if it's okay, and director, I don't want to. Let's not try to pass something tonight. I want people to gnaw on it. I want to kind of.
I just want to say, yeah, I agree with you, Chairman. I was gonna say the same thing. I said this, and we're still early by our standards, by the way. But I still would say, let's at least have more people here. I mean, there's some commissioners that are not here that are have a lot of seniority or been around for a while. I'd sure love to make sure they hear it and may have some good input. So I agree with you. I think we've gotten it, but let's talk about it more at the next meeting.
Perfect. Any other comments, Commissioner Blackshear? I know you're one of my favorite attorneys in the world. So
that was really sweet of you, Chairman. I agree. There are certainly some commissioners who are not here who I would love to hear their thoughts about this on. So I would be totally in favor of deferring this conversation to another meeting.
Yeah, and I want to make sure we're fair, and like I said, and some of you, this may be the first time you've seen it, so Any other comments on this? Because I know we're about ready to run out of time. Any other comments? Bob, thank you for your help. I want to say thank you to Bob and the director. They've endured lots of conversation with me about this issue. So, but if you all have comments, please let I think Bob's kind of been the lead on this. So if you'll let Bob know, and then we'll keep working on it. I appreciate everybody. Next, item 50, cluster lot provisions. Director?
Sure. So we don't have anything specific to propose to you or substantive to propose to you tonight in terms of making changes, but we did want to lay out a schedule for how we can review and update the cluster lot provisions. This is an area that I think we have seen a number of cases with a lot of community concerns. Many of you have expressed concerns, and so we as staff want to be responsive to that. And so our goal would be to hold a workshop. Our preference, I think we've been very successful with these remote commission meetings, but our preference would be to try to have a workshop at a time when we can do it face-to-face if possible. So we were being optimistic and propose a workshop several months from now. If we're not able to meet in person, then I'll get with the chairman and we'll figure out a different format to have the workshop. But ideally at that point, we would collect some feedback from you about the cluster lot provisions. The staff would go back and do some case study research and try to look for common themes or issues that we've identified. And we'll have a substantive discussion, and then we'll go from there. Ultimately, we will need to go to council, and so we would be seeking some guidance from Council Member Murphy there, sure. So I just wanted you to know kind of generally what we were imagining in terms of a process. And if you have comments now, great. If you don't want to reach out to me separately, that's fine as well. But this is sort of the game plan that we're working towards.
Any other comments? If you'll raise your hand or speak up, anybody? We are on it, though. I really appreciate the director. She's already been thinking about this, and seeing no other discussion, we'll move on. Anything for historic?
No, Chairman, nothing specific to report this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything on Parks, Director? I don't think so. Is there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Executive Committee, I didn't have anything under the Executive Committee. What about the Director? Anything else?
Sure. Just quickly, we are planning to hold a briefing regarding some community planning work that we have been undertaking in Dickerson Road North. The staff has just done an incredible job during COVID. It started before COVID, so I think that was very, very helpful in terms of bringing the community and the council members together, but we've work towards a conclusion there, and we'd like to brief you on that. And so the first step is Greg Claxton, who's overseeing this project, is going to prepare a detailed email for you explaining the project, what we have been doing. You'll have some background materials, and then we'll schedule a call with you to go through those items. These cases, these big, large community plan updates are, I think, too important to just put on an agenda, and it has been helpful in the past to give the commission a separate briefing there. So look for that. And I have another agenda item for that briefing as well, and we'll include that in the background information. So we look forward to that.
Thank you, Director. Excellent. Council Lady, any legislative update?
No, I don't have anything tonight. Thank you.
Excellent. And so that actually completes our agenda. We have 2 commission meetings next month. They'll both be by teleconference. I want to thank everyone, commissioners, the team, all of the public for their patience and willingness to do these by teleconference. I think that it's very important to make sure that we're part of the solution of getting our COVID numbers down and not part of the problem. And so I really appreciate and everyone's safety for sure. And I appreciate everyone's willingness to do that. And so, Director, thank you to you and your staff and the ITS team. They've been great. With that, Director, anything else before we adjourn?
Just have a wonderful evening, and thank you again for your service. We're grateful to you.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Excellent. Without objection, we're adjourned. See y'all.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.